To me, SFS is definitely a dream. This is my childhood dream.
CFS RF means honor because we had a big rivalry in Europe and we definitely want to be the best team in Europe.
So CFS RF for me it's excitement because, like I said, for me Crossfire Stars is just everything for me. It's basically the biggest tournament in the year and I really want to go to Seoul to represent Europe.
SRF means to me memories, because it means if we play this tournament and we win it, we're gonna play on the grand finals, and that's always like the highlight of the year.
Obviously, I'm very hyped. For me, Crossfire Stars is always the biggest tournament of the year.
We always prepare some new things for every tournament and for every team.
We don't rest a single day. I guess we are taking it to the next new level. We are doing our best. We don't want to miss this chance. All of us want to go to Crossfire Stars.
We actually feel quite confident because we played good Crossfire in the players of Elite, and now we want to show the teams that we can be even stronger.
All of us are really good.
And we switched some players and that put up our chemistry in the team. So yeah, we're quite prepared for the tournament.
Our strongest point is that we never give up, no matter what happens, and we always try harder and learn, and we're dedicated to this game.
I think for us it doesn't matter if it's like Penta, Lazarus, Timoth. If we perform at our highest level, we're gonna win against all teams. So
we definitely gonna win against every team.
The goal of this tournament is of course to get to first place or to qualify at least.
Definitely first place. I mean, we want to show that we are like the best team of the European division, so it's going to be the first place, of course.
The 2 CF Elite League titles we have won. This is our year.
So this year, we hope that we can represent Europe once again.
You gotta be careful from us, because this time we're not joking. Egypt is not joking.
We're gonna win in the CFS tournament, so watch out.
We're Penta Sports and we're 100% ready.
So yeah, guys, better don't peek me and don't push my spot.
Be aware what we got for you.
Good luck against us.
Hello and welcome everybody to the Crossfire Stars Regional Final for 2021. It is me, Valdez, today here joined by Simon, and we are going to be bringing you the EUMENA division this time around, and man, it is going to be so exciting. We have, of course, all the great teams from EU. How are you feeling today, Simon?
I'm feeling great. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm looking forward to some great Crossfire, and especially the teams that we have playing against each other today is going to be absolutely hype.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. I mean, we're starting off with a really crazy matchup, of course, Lazarus up against Team Myth. And Lazarus, obviously, they've been incredibly consistent in their performances throughout many years. And Team Myth is really coming in as one of the big teams of this year specifically.
Yeah, they're pretty much undefeated, I believe. Like they won both leagues this year. Like they are unreal, Team Myth. But Lazarus has that staying power. They've been together for years and years with very few changes along the way. And like Lazarus have just proved time and time again that they belong at CFS.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why we got both of them here. And of course, guys, we're going to take you through a little bit of the overview of this tournament and just get you kind of on track with what's going on this time around. So if you've ever watched the Invitationals, of course, before, it's very similar, right? We do have a 3-day tournament here with $15,000 on the line. Lazarus, Team Myth, Pentasports, Golden V joining us.
Yeah, it's going to be from the 24th of September, that's today, until Sunday, the 26th of September. And the maps we all know and love. It's Black Widow, Subbase, Port, Ankara, and Compound.
Yeah. Definitely love these maps. I hope we get to see a little bit more Compound this time around, but we'll have to wait and see what the teams do decide. This is the tournament format, guys, so Very much like we've seen before, it is a single round robin between the 4 teams, which takes the place over the 2 days. And then the third day, we do have the tournament stage, the final day, where we kind of had the single step ladder where you have to fight your way through the gauntlet to make it to that grand final match.
Yeah, and that grand final match, first and second, are guaranteed to go to CFS Worlds in Seoul, right here.
Yeah. It's a huge honor to try to make it, and you could see in that opening interview segment we had, all the players, I mean, that's really what they're gunning for. They want to get top 2 at this tournament and make it into the grand finals, and I mean, the pressure is on for sure. And you guys can see here, again, if you have watched the invitationals that we have done here over the course of the last couple of years, you should know this, but it's kind of, you know, we get this coin toss going. The first person who wins the coin toss gets to ban first, and then the other team bans, and then the tournament officials pick 3 maps.
Yeah, so essentially this is only for the best of 3 days, because when we get to the best of 5, all maps are on the table. Black Widow, Subway, Port, Ankara, and Compound. Usually I'd say we'd see maybe Subbase getting banned out, but it's going to be fun to see if that makes it through, because Subbase always seems to give some of the hypest moments of Crossfire.
Yeah, I really love Subbase as a map as well, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a good amount of it for this tournament. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what picks that we do see here, as here are today's matchups, guys. So as we did talk about already, Team Myth up against Lazarus. The first match of today is so incredibly hype. Definitely 2 of our strongest teams here for Crossfire.
Yeah, and then match 2 is going to be Penta Sports against Golden V. Golden V, of course, made it to Seoul last year in the World Finals. They did come 6th, along with Lazarus, I believe. And that should be a pretty good indication of, like, who will be challenging for that second spot, who will be, like, maybe sitting bottom of the table. And then the final match, Lazarus against Penta Sports. That should be an absolutely incredible match as well. But Lazarus versus Myth is the one I believe we're all excited for.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's a huge one to start off the tournament with, and it's such a treat that we get it first, right? We're going to have 6 matches for the single round robin. But let's take a look at a deeper dive into the 2 teams. So here we're looking at Lazarus, and kind of, you know, from what we've seen, especially this year, Awesome is kind of just leading the pack here. This guy is really insane and is known to be the carry of his team.
Yeah, it's Awesome, 40, Vise, Nulls, and Loons. That makes up the Lazarus team, as we can see right here, looking pretty relaxed and chilled compared to what I would be feeling if I was sitting in these seats right now.
Yeah, you know, I mean, these guys have been here before, right? So they, you know, the pressure is always there, but I feel like if there's going to be a team that can handle it, it would be Lazarus. And yeah, really, really cool to see that they're already having fun. Generally, even if, you know, win or lose, the interviews with them are always a lot of fun, and I'm sure we'll be talking with them quite a lot here at this tournament. As introducing now their opponents, Team Myth.
Yeah, Team Myth, made of JWoww, Booker, Horus, Penguin, and Alucard. This team have dominated the headlines this year in Crossfire. They are pretty much unstoppable in the leagues. It's going to be interesting to see if they can carry that on in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned before, right, they have a couple of titles already for this year, so they would love to extend it to yet another one here at the regional finals and try to make it into that grand finals. Representing Egypt, of course, they have been just really ramping it up, and we saw from their stats as well, it's not necessarily a 1-man or 2-man squad, it's a 5-man squad. Everybody's kind of pulling their weight, and we'll see if that does continue into these matches here at the regional finals.
Yeah, even the shot callers are pulling their weight in the team. Sometimes you see them like lag behind, maybe get picked off once or twice early on. Not with Team Myth. Team Myth are just stayers. Every single one of them has presence along the map. They're incredibly accurate with their shots. They just pick bullets out of thin air and land them on their opponents' heads. They are insane.
Yeah. And we are getting into the map ban pick here. So you were talking about bans on Subbase. That will be our starting ban here followed by a ban on Compound by Team Myth. We will be starting on Ankara for our first match.
Yeah, Ankara first, then Port, then Black Widow to finish it off if we need to go to that set 3. There's a little piece of me that just died inside when I saw Lazarus ban sub-base, but they're still going to go head-to-head on Ankara, which is the standard map. It's the map that we have all played thousands of games on at this point. It is such a good map.
Yeah, it's really awesome, and we've seen some of our best games on Ankara as well, so I'm really excited for this one. And guys, it looks like we are all ready to go. We got the players in the lobby. Lazarus up against Team Myth will be your first match here of the group stage. Let's hop on to Ankara for the first set.
So here we go. Lazarus versus Team Myth. Let's see what they have here. We have Team Myth on the Blacklist side, and we have Lazarus on the Global Risk side.
Yeah, and sometimes on these maps, we have the players just kind of rush in and try to catch them off guard, but it looks like this time around, a lot of respect being shown from both sides. Going to take it slow. They both have a couple of very capable snipers on both teams here. Alucard for Team Myth, and 40 is who we'll generally see for Lazarus. And definitely going to have some eyes on them here for this first match.
Yeah, Team Myth currently pushing up the central passage, kind of making their way over to B. The C4 is still far at the back, and this is a very slow start, a very anxious start, waiting to just try and bump into someone, see if they can get eyes, see if they can get those angles they need to start taking the shots. But if Team Myth actually pushed on B right now, they'd have such an advantage because it would be 3, maybe 4 against 2. It's difficult to say at this point what their plans are going to be.
Yeah, taking it very slow. Team Myth generally, they do like to mix it up, right? You might see a very slow round and then maybe they rush in the next one, but it looks like for this one, kind of just taking their time, maybe a bit of a split push here. They still do not have the C4, keep in mind, so at 50 seconds, somebody is going to have to go back and make a decision after they get some more information about potentially where Lazarus is.
Yeah, but that's hard information to get at this point. Lazarus is sitting deep in their base defenses, in their bomb site defenses, but we have the C4 and it is going over to B. Now this will be an absolute massacre at this point. If they rush that, it'll be 2 versus 5. Will they be able to hold on? No, Lazarus instantly get the blood on JWoww, but Booker instantly returns the favor and takes down 40. Fies takes down Booker, and Team Myth kind of collapsing on the spot, but the push has come. The defense is coming. We can see all the way along A passage. They're trying to mount the defense, trying to get to that C4 before it explodes.
Yeah, and this is going to be what should be a good retake for Lazarus. They still have 25 seconds. They're up a man here. And let's see how they do go. Vise was hiding up in that heaven, was able to get that nice pick off, and there he goes. He's going to be able to help out Loons and pick off that one. And now Penguin is alone trying to defend the site, but he will run out of time.
Yeah, and they're just going to defuse the bomb here. Nicely played there. First blood then does go to Lazarus. Team Myth kind of collapsed in that push. It looked as though it would all be in their favor, but I guess they were caught off guard by the positioning of 40, especially in that first instance, instantly taking out one. Obviously does get taken down himself, but that is just a massive swing in favor over towards Lazarus.
Yeah, now here we go. Upping the pace just a little bit, and Awesome's got a really nice angle with a little bit of help from Vise, and 40 with another big pickoff is going to help here, but Horace kind of sneaking around the back onto the B site is able to pick up one, at least for his team.
Yeah, but it's 1 versus 3, and that's never the odds you want when all three are grouped up. And Lazarus takes map number 2.
Yeah, pretty smooth so far for Lazarus. Gotta like their defense. It's extremely passive, and I feel like Team Myth was very much caught off guard by that in the first round. And the second one, going for a bit of a rush. Also not able to check all the corners and make that aggressive play pay off for them.
Yeah, well, they are smoking up the A long passageway. Will they make the push in? There's 3 Lazarus there defending. They saw the smoke. They think that the one over by the office is actually a decoy, which is 100% the case, but it's going to be 5 versus 2. This is going to be a very heavy rush from Team Myth.
Yeah, we'll see if they do commit to it here. All 5 members waiting in quarters, just seeing if they can get any information. The smoke's looking to be started by Alucard. Looks like they are going to commit here as Horus and Booker slowly make their way through the vent.
We're going to have to see just how quickly the defense can rotate. They don't know it's a 5 versus 3. Loons takes out one, but JWoww gets nulls. Booker gets Loons. But Awesome there, taking out Penguin, and the rest of Lazarus are rotating round the back through the passageway, pushing through, and Team Myth just collapsing again. It's 3 versus 2, now 3 versus 1. JWoww, last man standing isn't enough, and Lazarus take it again.
Yeah, extremely clean global risk play, I have to say, from Lazarus. Awesome just holding that angle perfectly on the stairs. They didn't know what to do. There was too much smoke. They couldn't take him out, and the guy almost took out 3 by himself. And the retake once again is clean for Lazarus.
Yeah, it was kind of concerning with Lazarus Gaming there because they were just planted on B, but that quick rotation comes in, and it's just enough to overwhelm Team Myth. I mean, this is going completely in Lazarus's favor right now.
Absolutely. Team Myth really just has not found a hole in the armor to attack. And it looks like they're going to slow things down once again and spread things out and see if they can get any more information. But now, you know, a very standard defense from Lazarus. It's 2-1-2. You have Awesome holding the middle there. And that is where Team Myth has been liking to push. So some good studies from Awesome. We got 4 people from Team Myth waiting to potentially push through here.
Yeah, we can see already Awesome trying to get those angles as they push through the front yard. First exchange is Loons takes out Horus. Nulls and Loons both go down to JWoww. JWoww absolutely playing out of his mind, trying to get Team Myth a victory here, but it's 3 versus 2. This is the first time Team Myth have found themselves with the player advantage after the opening engagements. Can they make it count?
Now this is finally going to be a hard retake. You see Vise running through. He's not able to do it alone. 40 has picked up an AK. He's trying to spray him down. He gets 2. And he's actually got some time to go ahead and reload and make this a clean 1v1 potentially.
Yeah, Booker versus 40. They're just going to try and scope each other out. Can anyone get the angle? 40 with the absolute solid defense there. 1 versus 3, no problems whatsoever. Diffuses the bomb. Absolutely incredible.
Some statement rounds being taken here by Lazarus. I mean, that was Team Myth's best chance to actually pick up 1 round here on the Blacklist side, but even then, they get thwarted by 40 with an AK, which is not necessarily what you would expect from that player.
Yeah, you can see Lazarus shaking things up. They're playing super aggressive on the defense. Nulls goes down to Penguin. Penguin takes out 1 there. And like everyone else on Lazarus just kind of abandons Nulls in the middle of no man's land and kind of retreats. But Horus gets picked off. Oh, sorry, Loons gets picked off by Horus on that front yard. And that is an absolute terrible thing. But 40 is trying to pick it up. He gets the snipe on Alucard.
Yeah, things were so clean for Lazarus. I don't necessarily think they had to go for that play, but maybe flaunting their style just a little bit. They must be extremely confident at this point in time, and definitely could have caught Team Myth off guard, but they were absolutely ready for this, and now they are closing in on this B site.
Yeah, but 40 instantly takes down Booker. It's now 3 versus 3. Absolutely incredible snipe there. Slight peek, doesn't matter, heads off. Lazarus Gaming tie up the score right now, but can they continue to push? Can they continue to defend and take this round? We can see the rotations coming through from Vice here. Vice taken down by JWoww. JWoww is absolutely on point with these shots right now.
Yeah, they got one player who's really just coming into his own at the exact right time. 40 now trying to be the hero, but he will not be able to. And Team Myth finally are able to get on the board with their first round.
Yeah, JWoww's performance thus far in this game has been absolutely unreal. The rest of Team Myth not quite living up to the level that he is showing at this point, but expect them to get warmed up. This is the first opening engagements. Will Lazarus be able to continue their defensive domination? Or will Team Myth be able to finally get the ball rolling? They've got one. Can they get 2, 3, whatever they need to win this one out?
Yeah, Lazarus, they came out extremely strong. It looked like they were very comfortable on camera, as we did see. Awesome is going to get actually headshot there by JWoww, nobody else.
That was the tiniest of gaps that shot went through. Absolutely insane vision to see the player there. And then to get the shot while in the crosshairs of the sniper. What even is that? That's just insane play.
JWoww, you see, he's leading the charge now, and that's who I would want to lead the charge at this point in time. So he has been big, but 40 is able to get it, and Vice gets an awesome angle with the spray up over the top, but JWoww gets a couple of kills himself. Of course he does. And now it's Loons all alone against 2.
Yeah, and it looks as though Myth are going to try to rotate over to A, but it's being read completely here by Loons. He knows what's going on, but... oh! It was a bluff. They're going over to B.
Yeah, it was actually a nice play here by Team Myth. They're kind of just bunkering down. They know they still have a minute to go until they have to get this plant down. So they're just saying, okay, maybe Loons will get aggressive. We can just hole up here in the office and wait it out and then go for a push a little bit later on. Loons trying to catch the rotation, but Team Myth are not going for it.
Yeah, not just that. If he continues to rotate around the way he is, he might just get the drop, but he's playing very, very hesitantly right now, as he kind of needs to. It is a 2 versus 1 situation. The C4 heading towards that B site. Loons going through Armory.
They still have plenty of time. 14 seconds. Loons trying to close the gap. Here's the bomb plant.
Patient play by Loons. The pressure is on. There's 30 seconds remaining. Can he do it? It is 2 versus 1, and they're clumped up. Can he get the drop? They're hiding behind the boxes. Can he get the angle? He goes up. Tries to get it on Alucard, but no. Alucard says, and Loons is taken out with a sweet headshot there. And another game goes to Team Myth, and the tides are turning.
They absolutely are. And keep in mind, Team Myth winning a couple of leagues in a row here for 2021. You got to be really consistent to be able to win, especially in a league format, right? So it took them a little bit to get online, but that consistency is beginning to show, as even in some of the rounds they lost earlier on, they were having some decent pushes at least, but now they're finding the correct angles to get even more success on the attack.
Yeah, 40 and JWoww standout players so far, 10 and 4 each. And then the rest of the team is just kind of not really performing the level that we expect them to. But when it's 2 top teams like this, you can say that because they're just picking each other off piece by piece. We can see the C4 dropped there in the center of bypass, but now he's going to go through quarters way. The quarters passage. Are they going to turn around? It looks as though the push onto A has kind of been read here by Lazarus, but we need to see what else is going to happen. They're sitting 2 on B, 3 on A, and there's a slight rotation coming around. 3 going to be pushing central passage.
Yeah, Team Myth do love to get their pushes on through the center of this map, and of course it is Ankara. You can potentially rotate through the middle pretty quickly. Vise seems like he's got a nice read here, might be able to get a flank as nobody has checked above this ladder, and now he has made it into office.
Yeah, but Vise is kind of still in the middle of no man's land. He might be able to get the drop if he rotates quick enough. Do they have the information? No, they don't. 40 goes down, and we can see instantly trying to get around, but that's all the hopes. The C4 is actually still over on A.
Just, you know, biding their time, getting some kills. A little bit of a death match. As now the Vise flank comes through. He's able to pick up Horus and is now able to spot Alucard. Does get taken down from the off angle, though, by Penguin.
Yeah, and the rest of Lazarus now rotating onto B, knowing that all the faking that has been going on by Team Myth isn't actually faking. There's 30, 40 seconds left. Can they finish off Team Myth and get the defuse? Awesome gets JWoww. But Nils takes out Penguin as well, and this looks like Lazarus might just be able to steamroll over here. Booker tries to make that not so, but it is all over. Nils and Awesome getting the last 2 kills there, and Global Risk take another 5-2 to Lazarus.
Yeah, and a very clutch round, I would have to say, going the way of Lazarus there. It wasn't looking great, but as you pointed out, Simon, the C4 was all the way on the A side, so it actually took a while for Team Myth to really get set up. So even though they had the advantage, they lost a lot of time. Lazarus was able to get in there, and Niels was able to pick up his first 2 kills of the entire match in that one round. So speaking of, you know, sleeping a little bit at the beginning, at least he was able to get some kills in the clutch that time.
Yeah, it was such an interesting strategy by Team Myth, making it look as though there's a big push coming on B, hoping that Lazarus rotates over to that side, opens up A, and then they can kind of settle in. It just never happened. Like, Lazarus was wise to what was going on. And we can see Lazarus now got eyes down that central passageway, but all of Team Myth are pretty much going A side. Through quarters. Will they be picked up? Will Lazarus be able to get the information they need? Smokes haven't been thrown out yet. A slow push coming here. Smokes are out. The vision is out there. Can Lazarus read what is going on? Penguin goes down instantly to Nulls. And Awesome takes out Horus. Awesome then takes out JWoww. Booker takes out Awesome, but Nulls finishes it off with a double kill. Lazarus Gaming. Unreal. Where is this coming from? This is some of the best Crossfire I think I've seen them play.
Yeah, I mean, it's Ankara and GR. I mean, these guys are kind of insane, and they're showing it off here once again. That in terms of who's consistent, I was talking about Team Myth, but maybe it's actually Lazarus. Feels really coming in the clutch when they need it. And, okay, Vi's getting a little bit aggressive, and that hasn't really been paying off so far for Lazarus when some of their members do get aggressive.
Yeah, Vi's kind of taking the early bullet here, but Team Myth are rotating towards B, but Horus gets a kill on 40. Down goes Penguin. Nulls with the perfect shot there. Booker takes out Nulls, though, in revenge. 4 versus 2. It looks as though Team Myth might just be able to steamroll over Lazarus here, but the last 2 players, Awesome and Loons, are not ones to just lie down without a fight. Which the shots come down. Awesome goes down. Booker takes him out. Will Loons be able to get this final shot? No, he will not. 4 left on the side of Team Myth, and that was the strongest I think we've seen them play, and now we all switch sides.
Yeah, a very dominant last round there, and things would have been really dire if they lost 7 rounds to the side of Lazarus. I mean, it's not a great feel losing 6, but at least you finish off your Blacklist side strong. You get that last round, and you got to be feeling good going into this, to the Global Risk side at least, but very curious to see Lazarus's attack as well.
Well, it's looking like they're going to go all in on A right now. Couple going through the air ducts, see if they can get the drop, but there's only 1 Myth player there.
Yeah.
Booker is all alone, I think.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just going to go full retake here. They see the full push coming in, and Alucard's able to get a snipe over the top as the push is coming in. And that means that, I mean, yeah, Lazarus will get this C4 down, but this retake should be strong from Team Myth.
It depends how dedicated they want to go, which way round, how are they going to approach this. A little bit of an interaction here. A couple of shots fired. Penguin does manage to take out Loons, but 40 instantly takes out Horus. That was a nice snipe there, finding the angles. Nulls gets Alucard as well. Booker takes out Awesome. JWoww again on 40. JWoww is playing absolutely out of his skin as Penguin takes out Nulls. Wow.
Or JWoww.
Okay, next round.
I had nothing else to say. I had nothing else to add. It's just a really strong retake there from Team Myth. I thought they were being a little bit slow, but actually very calculated. It didn't look like they were rushed at all. And Lazarus losing that first member to the snipe from Alucard is always going to be rough. A is a site where you can be shot at from many different angles. It's very rough to cover all of them and not get picked off. And yeah, sometimes you're able to get a nice little push like that, but getting the actual round win is what matters in the end.
Here we can see everything around Central Passage. JWoww gets Nulls there. So one down already on the side of Lazarus, and they are sitting deep in their own base. Will the next couple of plays work out for Lazarus? They're mostly still sitting around Quarters Passage. One over by Bypass. But we can see all the defense now on B. They're expecting a rotation. Our Team Myth onto that B site, and that looks exactly what Lazarus are planning here. They're making this rotation over onto B, but they're going to get caught out. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath here. Loons gets one, Vise gets another. Horus and Penguin down on the side of Team Myth, and the pressure from Lazarus here paying off big time, but JWoww takes out Awesome and is going to try to turn this tide. Vise takes out Booker. It is 3 versus 1. Oh, 3 versus 2. JWoww is still up.
Yeah.
He has pretty much nothing left in the tank.
This guy's kind of immortal when it comes down to it. He's only died 6 times and also has the most kills on his team. Definitely carrying a lot of the weight here, and now he's looking to potentially push on 17 HP. I love Lazarus's position as 40 is... No, it's going to be Vise, actually, that gets the kill onto a very weak JWoww, and it should be a clean push here from Lazarus.
Yeah, Alucard, the only member standing, is going to run into one, but gets the snipe. What a shot! Absolute quick scope there on 40. Alucard is not one to lie down and take it. There's 2 left on the side of Lazarus. It's Vise and Loons against Alucard.
He's pretty low health. He's looking to push in here with the pistol. Not looking good for him as he will get shot down. Headshot through the smoke there as Vise will be able to take him down and earn Lazarus their 7th round.
Yeah, so it's 7-4 right now. Team Myth just not kind of getting out the gates as quickly as we thought they were going to, especially on this map.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. You know, when you go down, I think it was 4 rounds in a row, really puts kind of a dampener onto how you're feeling on the round. And really it was just the heroic performance from JWoww to kind of carry them over the edge and give them a chance in this map so far. And I feel like the team has kind of rose to help him out a bit, but Lazarus still the stronger team here. They're looking for another strong push onto A, and once again, same strategy on the defense from Team Myth. As Alucard will once again pick off Niels this time around. He does it for the 2nd time on the A push from Lazarus.
Yeah, and we can see the defense rolling around here. Team Myth trying to get over to this A side. Coming through the A passage, but it looks as though Lazarus have just left that bomb all alone. No, they're going to start to push through. 40 gets JWoww with the shot, with the sniper, and that's huge. JWoww has been an absolute standout performance. Awesome gets Penguin. Alucard takes out Awesome. Loons. 40 get kills as well. Horus and Alucard down. Booker takes out 40. Vise takes out Booker. And that is another win on the side of Lazarus.
Yeah, pretty clean one at that. You saw that this time around, Team Myth tried to go for a faster retake, and it actually came to kind of bite them in the bum afterwards because they were just totally ready for it this time around. Lazarus had all the angles covered, nice shots from 40, and now we see Penguin is going to be taken out by Awesome, and it's a 2 for 2 so far.
Yeah, that was a very aggressive push by Lazarus into B. It's 3 against 2 now. They're going to get that C4 down. Will Lazarus be able to take it back? I'm not sure. It's going to be... Oh, sorry. Team Myth going to be able to take it back. JWoww and Booker sitting at full health. Loons and Nulls both took some damage. So we're going to see if it can get that paid off for Team Myth.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, JWoww was at full health, so I'm like, anything is possible. Like, this guy can kill all 3 of them. As Booker, he's going to be the first hero, as JWoww is going to pick off 1, and now it's JWoww against 40, one-on-one. The pistols are out, but this time 40 is going to get the win in the firefight and get yet another round here for Lazarus.
Yeah, Lazarus now 9-4. What can Team Myth do on this map to try and get things going their way? They're going to need to pull out just an unreal performance to get back-to-back wins to even stand a chance in this match.
Yeah. Sitting here on set point, on map point, Lazarus got to be feeling good. Performances have been smooth. Nobody looks nervous. And we'll see what they decide to go for. You see that Team Myth has 3 people on A now. They're taking these pushes much more seriously. And we'll see what Lazarus decides to do. It looks like this time around expecting a little bit more aggression from Team Myth, kind of playing back a bit, looking at the angles, but nothing yet going to be decided.
Yeah, Lazarus looking at A again. The C4 is far over there, but look at this nice little push coming through front yard for Lazarus, and that's going to catch Team Myth kind of cutting off the reinforcements. This is absolutely insane play. 40 picks up 2. Awesome. Also gets JWoww off the board, and this looks as though Lazarus are going to be able to take this one as well.
Pretty clean. It's looking like, I mean, Horus and Alucard, they're here, and they're going to have to try to push through smoke against 5 people.
5 very healthy people. 40 does go down, but that is it. Lazarus, take a bow. That was one of the most dominant performances I think I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, Team Myth were able to pick up 4 rounds, but I do have to agree. I think that all the maps, or rounds rather, that Lazarus did take were extremely dominant. And even the ones that they dropped were extremely close, so really got to hand it to Lazarus, as we will take a look at some of the highlights from that first map and kind of go through just how they were able to squash them that easily.
I mean, it wasn't easy. JWoww was absolutely a thorn in the side of Lazarus, but Awesome was up to the challenge, and so was the rest of the team. I mean, the whole of Lazarus gaming just kind of pulled together. They got what they needed done. JWoww could not carry this all on his own, even though he tried to.
You see that shot? Like, we even had to get the slow-mo for that one, because JWoww, like, even if he only did that, we'd be talking about it. Like, regardless of all of his other performances, that one shot was awesome. The tiny little crack there at quarters was pretty insane. Really nice snipe here from 40. I feel like he was really, you know, we were talking about Awesome, but 40 was super, he was really on his game today, and not just with the AWM, but also with the AK.
Yeah, Alucard there with that quick scope was, you still slow it down and you're still unsure of how he managed to make the shot. Just, what a game that was. That was fantastic, and Lazarus taking such a dominant win. Unexpected, I would say. Many people out there would probably put Myth over Lazarus at this point.
Yeah, and it's crazy just how dominant they were. Absolutely, Team Myth, you know, with all of their wins and all of their records that they do have for this year. We were expecting some closer maps, but of course Lazarus, they do love their Ankara. and they did have a lovely performance there. So we'll see how things do change when we do hop into Port, which I feel like could be one of these maps that is a little bit of a wild card at times, where sometimes pushes just catch you off guard, sometimes snipers win the map by themselves on that A top. It's kind of a crazy map, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting if Lazarus can continue this momentum, or if Team Myth can kind of rally the call and take us to that map 3, because they're going to need it. Lazarus was so solid in that first map. Like, Ankara was Lazarus Town, basically, in that match. Port, though, is a different story. I think this might favor Team Myth a little bit more, just from the pure aggression that you can play on this map.
Yeah, I feel like as a team, I would absolutely agree. I think that 40's individual performance might be enough to carry Lazarus over the line.
Yeah.
Especially just because he's an incredible sniper, but also just he's been having a great performance so far. So we'll see how it goes, as we do have Port actually loaded up. So we should be ready to hop onto that map right now and see who should be able to pick it up, as actually, maybe not.
No, not quite yet. Not quite yet.
Just kidding.
Yeah, Knowles was kind of nullified in that. Like, he did come online, but it seemed to be a little bit later than everyone else. Like, Knowles is a player that has been a standout on Lazarus for a long time. He's so incredibly good. But it just took him forever to get online. I don't know what he can do more to help his team.
Well, do they need that help is also a question. Everybody else on the team also providing quite a lot for this one. But I believe the map is loading up here once again. So let's give it another go and see if we can hop onto Port here for the second map of Lazarus up against Team Myth. Let's jump into it.
So here we go on Port. Both teams coming into this tournament with a 2-1 record on this map. Both teams were kind of undefeated on Ankara. So Lazarus proving they're the stronger team there. Can they do it again here against Team Myth?
I'm really excited for this one. Port, as I mentioned before, can kind of be a crazy map. Some of the rotations, I feel like it really just goes to the team that has the better hands on that day. And also, we've seen snipers just kind of take over the map by themselves, where it's like, oh, you're just not allowed to push A anymore because 40 exists. It's like, oh, okay, well, I guess we'll just run ourselves into B over and over and over again. And the funny thing is that sometimes when you just run yourself into B over and over and over again, it works, because those pushes onto B can also be pretty deadly. So curious to see how this works out for Team Myth and what they decide. They did start off with some nice damage onto Niels, at least.
Yeah, it looks as though they're going to push over to B, but they do retreat round, and the C4 now heading over towards A. And that route from Backstreet on B over to A is an incredibly long distance. It feels like it goes on forever. They're pushing through sideways. They're going to come out maybe onto A long. But there's... Whoa, guys. Getting the shot there. That's all the information that Lazarus need. They're making the rotations over. Team Myth do pick up a kill. It's 1-for-1. JWoww is off the board for Team Myth. Is that going to bite them?
It's definitely a good question. You could see that immediately after they're spotted. Team Myth are like, well, we don't want to push A anymore.
Yeah.
We know 40's there. We know they know that we're here. And the delay might tip Lazarus off. Although, Team Myth do love to do this, where they delay, they wait, and then they just go for the push anyway. And here we go. That first headshot by Booker onto 40 is so huge.
Yeah, Penguin takes out Knowles as well. It's 4 against 2. Awesome and Loons against Penguin, Booker, Horus, and Alucard. Even without JWoww, they're showing what they are made of. Penguin, 2-0 so far. Can he continue to build his kills on this map? The bomb is down.
And they just got to try to push through smoke. It's not going to be easy, and it turns out that it's not this time around as well. Team Myth, 4-on-2. They're able to get a very solid plant there. And it all comes down to just another great push onto A great opening headshot there from Booker to open things up and make that push onto A just so much better.
Yeah, that instant kill there, it just gave Lazarus no time really to build a counter push. But we see an engagement here. Booker takes out Vise. JWoww takes out 40. The aggressive defensive push by Lazarus completely shut down. And Lazarus now are in a world of hurt. It's 5 against 2. And Team Myth can just steamroll here. And that's what they're trying to do. Onto A, but Nulls has something to say. Booker is down. Penguin takes out Nulls. It's 4 against 2. Penguin is very, very hurt. Horus is almost down. Horus is down. But Awesome cannot do it on his own. And Team Myth take it again.
Yeah, another clean one. That one kind of coming down to that first push from Lazarus, not really working out for them, as the flash was good, but still somehow Team Myth were able to just that was an interesting grenade. They were just able to calm it down and get a couple of kills there and make that push even easier for themselves. So fantastic start here for Team Myth. We'll see if they can continue this streak.
Yeah, they're pushing over to B. They've got to come through that warehouse, so it can be an absolute killing zone. Loons is there, and Loons is down, but Awesome creeping down. I think he's caught them unaware. No, he is out as well. Horus and Booker getting big kills there. Horus takes out Nulls. Vice takes out Horus, though. Vice gets a second in Penguin, and he's still up, but JWoww takes out 40 and Vice. And another win on the side of Team Myth.
Yeah, it seems like Team Myth just kind of have their number this time around. That spray through the box, it seemed like he knew exactly where Loons was, and just able to get a lot of opening damage there. Awesome. Gets isolated. Lazarus with only 2 members guarding on B, having that one guy in mid and then 2 on A. It's a very basic defense, but sometimes the hard push onto B can catch you off guard, and Lazarus are going to have to try to figure out something if they want to get a clean 2-0. Otherwise, this looks like Team Myth's map.
Yeah, we can see they're trying to get eyes on the central street here, just so they can see what kind of movement is coming out. Grenades start throwing down underneath the bridge. Will the push come straight down the middle? Most likely not. A couple of grenades still going out, just trying to find out where people are. A couple of warning shots to the starboard bows here. And this time it's going much, much slower from Team Myth, and that might just be playing into Lazarus's hands because they do like the slow defenses. But again, B is the target. They're going to have to pop out of warehouse into that site. Can they do it? Awesome and Loons both there, trying to get the eyes, trying to see this push coming through.
Yeah, and Loons in a little bit more of a passive position. You see him there, I believe he's holding a flash and just trying to wait and see if he can scout someone first and then try to push with his teammates rather than getting picked off. And the push here from Team Myth a little bit slow, that the grenade getting some damage now, and Horus is going to be the first one that goes down. Awesome picks up 2 kills. And that is going to be huge for stopping this push now.
Awesome gets a 3rd against JWoww. Make that 4 against Alucard. What a round here by Awesome, and Nulls finishes it up against Booker. What a performance.
Yeah. Just felt like Lazarus understood what Team Myth was going for that time around. You know, the hard push onto B, they read it nicely. They kind of configured their defense just a little bit. They changed it slightly, and that's really all they needed to do. And then the slow push coming in from Team Myth was just not enough. You could see that Lazarus, they get on the board, but we'll see if they can continue with this.
Yeah, they have to build on this momentum, and we see a couple of warning shots going out here underneath the bridge. Nothing. Oh, Alucard actually took a couple of hits there. He's going to have to retreat a little bit and try and find a safer position. they have to protect him because you do not want to be one man down before anything has gone on.
I believe that grenade got some nice damage onto Penguin and JWoww as well, just over the top there into that connector. And, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
take a
JWoww's
look at that.
practically out.
I think that's all grenade damage. And that's really going to take some of that bite away from your push. I think Team Myth know that as well, trying to push through mid here a little bit first.
Yeah, Central Street is the target, but Horus and Penguin both go out. JWoww still up, but he is down as well. And Lazarus take another. That makes it 3-2.
Yeah, pretty straightforward one there for Lazarus. A couple of good grenades. Some nice warning shots through that central passage as well. Got Alucard low, and it really just took a lot of the confidence away from Team Myth and what they wanted to do on that push. So they kind of went for a little bit of a flimsy under the bridge style push. And, I mean, Niels has been here all game, so they should have expected at least some defense from Lazarus. They're not technically or usually a team that will just only cover the sites on this map, as some teams like to do.
Yeah, we can see the defensive play by Knowles again. He is just hanging around. He's got a couple of shots off before, but playing it very, very passively this time, not announcing his position too early here. We can see 40 here trying to get a position, trying to get those angles. Knowles is almost in the crosshair. Like, they know where he is. They know exactly where he is at this point. And how are they going to be able to nullify that? They're rotating around the loading dock. Are they going to push A? It looks as though they will, but we have seen these quick switch-ups every now and again where they might just switch off A, run to B, but that might not work here. But we see, oh, Knowles is actually making the rotation over to B here. And we can see Penguin takes out Vice, 40 gets Alucard, JWoww takes out 40, Booker takes out Knowles. Team Myth steamrolled the end of that one. That was a quick succession of kills for Team Myth.
Yeah, I think it was Vise that was behind the box there on low A, and he just got headshot through the box. And once you lose him, 40 has no support. He immediately gets taken down. Nice shot from him to at least get one. And then Team Myth were just perfectly positioned to deny the rotation as well. So that's where you saw all those kills just stream through the kill feed. And Team Myth looking strong on this map. It looks like their Blacklist, you know, some teams, they just know what to do on Blacklist on this map. And you can get some really nasty pushes off. And so far, Team Myth has had Lazarus's number. It has not been pretty for Lazarus.
JWoww picks out 40 all the way from the loading dock into A. Great shot there. Blood drawn, and we can see that now it's 2 on the defense on each side. Knowles kind of moving around, trying to catch the push into B, and he is going to find it. He does get 1. Is he going to get 2? He does not. Booker instantly picks up that C4 and makes it out of there alive. 4 versus 3.
Yeah. We do have Awesome with an AWM, actually, on top of A, looking, well, kind of botched that one. Definitely a difficult angle, but now he's all alone on top of A. And that might not be good for him. Is not able to get the quick scope on the top there. Penguin looking to help out on the rotation. Loon's doing some good work over here. But now his teammate goes down, and it's a 1v3, and they're just swarming, and Team Myth are going to pick up yet another round.
Yeah, Penguin is out of his mind right now, 9-3.
And it looks like we do have a little bit of a disconnect here from the side of Team Lazarus, so probably we'll have to remake that lobby. And, yeah, I would imagine that tensions are high there on the Lazarus side, so maybe the internet also having a little bit of a struggle.
I mean, sometimes your router's underneath the desk and you kick out your foot during the game, and next thing you know, you're looking at the reconnection screen.
Yeah. So we'll have to just try to get back into that one. It was 5-2 in favor of Team Myth, and I believe it was 5-2. Maybe it was 6-2 actually after that round. I don't think so. But either way, it's still heavy dominance on the Blacklist side on ports. Team Myth looks so clean on this map. It's kind of giving me feels of what Lazarus looked like on Ankara.
Yeah.
And it's good to see, that Team Myth in this kind of a best of 3 in terms of maps, environments, they're just able to turn it on right away and kind of forget the last map and go ham on this one.
Yeah, this time round, it's not all about JWoww, is it? Like, Penguin is the one with the highest KD. He is absolutely defending like a champ right now. He's pushing hard. He's making sure he has all the angles. When he pops out, when he peeks, he makes sure he tries to get a kill. Like, the guy is just nailing everything right now. Very similar to how JWoww nailed everything on Ankara. Penguin is nailing everything on port.
He's been strong. And that's kind of what we said when we were first talking about Team Myth, is that you don't really know who's going to step up to the plate, right?
Yeah.
It can be anyone, right? And Penguin's doing good work. Alucard was getting some decent snipes on Ankara at least. And yeah, it's really nice to see. I feel like also Booker's getting some nice shots in there, some really nice
100%.
opening frags
Yeah.
when they are going for some of their more aggressive pushes. And sometimes you just need to have the hands on this map, right? If you get that first kill, seems like they have a good read as well on where Lazarus like to play defense, and they've been shutting it down really nicely.
Yeah, 100%. It does seem like the Lazarus defense is a little bit too predictable on this map, because it does seem to be that 2-1-2, like always one watching down on the central street, like 2 over on back street, but we know exactly where they're going to be, like 1 behind the crate. Like, they're just getting picked off a little bit too easily. And I think they might need to shake up their positioning ever so slightly just to make sure they aren't getting those instant pickoffs, because all that happens is Team Myth pushes through B, and instantly it feels like Noon is out, because he's always in that same spot and they know exactly where to lay that shot to take him off the board instantly. And then you're looking at a 5 versus 4, and it just seems that every time they get the one-man advantage, Team Myth can close out that game.
Yeah, it's been just, having their number, right? They just seem to know exactly where Lazarus are always going to be. And getting those opening frags on this map, if you're able to get like a hard push onto one site, it can be deadly, because the rotations, I think, as you mentioned at some point, like it's kind of rough, especially if you're going B to A. It's like, well,
it feels like you're walking forever and a half
Yeah.
to try and get over there, especially when you see like your 2 that are there slowly, like 1 dies and the other one's holding on. You're like, okay, if we get there quick enough, we can keep him alive.
yeah.
Give us a little bit of an advantage. Then he drops and you're not even halfway there yet.
Yeah.
It's a difficult position to be in.
Yeah, because it's long, right? It's a long distance, and you can like kind of see it in the distance. You're like, oh, it looks close, but then by the time you get over there, because it's so far away, it's like there's so many different angles as well, and there's so many different heights, right? It's not just the X and Y axis, but it's like the Z axis. It's like, oh, they have control of top, and they're like shooting me from over down on the box, and also there's like one guy on top of the bridge somehow. It's like, well, like, what are we gonna do on this retake? So it can definitely be rough, and I feel like if you don't have control when you're on the global risk side, you can get behind, and sometimes it's just like things just run away from you on this map, and I think we're seeing a little bit of that here. Yeah,
Blacklist are definitely in control so far, and we're going to be getting back into this game real soon, as it's
like we
Lazarus
got it.
and Team Myth.
Yeah, we do have this game up and ready to go, so it's 5-2, so we'll do 2 rounds. And, yeah, we have to remake the lobby after the 2 maps, or the 2 rounds, rather. I don't know why I keep saying maps instead of rounds. But we are here on the map Port. 5-2 here for Team Myth. And kind of slowing things down here for this round.
Yeah, after the server is remade, they are playing a little bit more defensively than we've seen them so far. Lazarus again with that 2-1-2. Defense here, a couple shots coming through here. 4 nulls down the car, but down Central Street, but nothing connecting because no one is anywhere near there.
Yeah, just some pre-firing. See if they can get any damage down. Looks like JWoww hanging out, maybe looking to get some good grenade damage onto 40. Looks like they do land some. 22 HP taken away from him. Alucard did get chipped away at as well. And yeah, just very slow, very patient here from the side of Team Myth. No big pushes just yet.
Yeah, great grenades through those tiny little gaps into A, knowing exactly where Lazarus would be on the defense, nailing those hits, but it's only a little bit of damage onto 40. So not quite what you want, but those grenades are always free. Any damage you get off those grenades is free damage.
Yeah, always feels good. Looks like they did a little bit of Niels there in the middle. I didn't even know what number Niels was, but I'm like, he always is there.
Yeah.
I know it's him. Like,
That's his home, but we see the grenades coming out. That's a good flash. Quick rush through, and everyone is flashed up again, but Booker, JWoww, they pick up kills. Penguin is down by Awesome. Booker gets another, but Booker is taken out by Awesome, who gets his second. JWoww takes out 40. It's 3 versus 1. JWoww is very low. Horus still fully up. Alucard's taken a little bit, but Awesome is out for the count. Team Myth take round number 6.
yeah, pretty nice one there. Just a clean push down the middle. They're able to get a couple of big shots down. And once again, the defense kind of falling apart here for the side of Lazarus. Team Myth are just on a huge roll here, and they're looking to potentially end on Blacklist on port 7-2. That would be extremely difficult to come back from, and we might be seeing a third map.
We might just be, but anything can happen. There's still a lot of port to play as we see them coming around loading dock. Team Myth looking as though they're going to go A. Grenades come in. Some damage getting done to 40. 40 is a little bit low. Flashed up as well, but did get 2 before being taken out by JWoww.
Yeah, those are 2 incredibly crucial kills. It's something that he hasn't really been able to consistently do so far on the Global Risk side. Something that we've seen 40 have so much luck with in the past. And this time around, in this round at least, he's able to, pick off 2. He does go down, but low health bars on the side of Team Myth as well, and they're down a member. This could be Lazarus's chance to try to shore up this first half.
Yeah, but the read by Lazarus is absolutely insane. They know B is probably going to be the target. They've got 3 over there. And yes, Knowles is looking over towards A, but he is going to very quickly turn around and help out the defense here. Everyone's naded up. More grenades going out. Trying to just pick up a little bit of free damage. Back and forth going here. Not many connecting. But look at that.
Well, just line it up for him, I guess. Awesome. Really nice spray, and he's able to actually get that final headshot with the pistol as well. So 6-3 at the half, as we did mention, because we had a little bit of a connection issue. We do have to now remake the lobby once again so that we can switch sides. And, yeah, I mean, at least Lazarus got the 1 round. But this is all Team Myth's maps so far.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see Lazarus come back on the Blacklist side, but I'm not so
mountain.
sure.
Absolute mountain to climb to try and come back. But when you're on that Blacklist side, I mean, anything can happen. Lazarus could easily come back and clean this one out, and that would be a monumental undertaking by them because they have to do it back to back to back to back to back.
Yeah.
They really can't afford to lose too much here.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 4 rounds that they can give, and even then it's like...
You don't want to give them. You don't want to give them at all. You want to just try and clean this one out, get as many on the trot as you can. Yes, if you lose 1, but that you got to get that momentum going. You've got to get into gear to try and tie things up at 6-6. Yeah,
and I feel like it all comes down to this first round. Like, if Team Myth continue and they pick this up, I think all the momentum is taken out of Lazarus' sails, and I feel like this map is very momentum-based. Like, so many of the pushes that you can do really comes down to the tempo of the match and how confident you're feeling and who's gonna make that big play on the entry frag. And so far, I haven't been seeing a lot of that out of Lazarus. Team Myth, though, on the defending side, they did a little bit of a push up onto A. Nobody was there. It gives them a little bit of information, at least, for the early game and kind of see, okay, well, Lazarus not really covering the A angle so far, so might be a higher chance that they push onto B.
Yeah, Alucard with the eyes down Central Street, trying to just get whatever he can. Horus here trying to get through the crate, see if he can find anyone, but he's not getting any vision right now. As we see the shots through the box, but no one's there. The shots through the wall, that connects.
Wow.
And Booker is down low right now, and all of Lazarus are pretty much sitting pretty with their health.
Yeah, a little bit of a chip of damage onto Loons, you could say, but other than that, they're feeling very nice about their position. No big push just yet. You see they have the C4 back there, just looking to, you know, poke their heads out, see if they can do a little bit of initial damage first before they do make a push.
Yeah, and the C4 now rotating round to A. So it's coming up through the loading dock. How quick will this push go? Knowles is in the middle of no man's land right now. He is probably going to try and make a wraparound as the engagement at A begins. No one's there, though. They're shooting into empty space. We can see Horus kind of sitting very defensively right now. Not trying to get vision, not trying to fight. He's trying to pop out and get a couple of kills before he goes down because he is very, very low. And the rotation back over to B is a super smart one here.
Yeah, I mean, there's 15 seconds, but it doesn't look like Team Myth are going to be ready for this push. The shots come down. 40 is able to get that entry, and Awesome follows up, and they will get the bomb down here. But a trade kill back. JWoww able to pick up one.
It's 3 against 3. Can Lazarus hold this position? Can they get the bomb to explode? There's 20 seconds left. Team Myth trying to push through the smoke here. So Team Myth actually pick up 2 big kills. Bison 40 down. Loons trying to do what he can. He takes out Horus, who was already incredibly low.
Ooh.
And Loons is out.
Yeah, they're able to get that push, and 8 seconds left on the defuse. It's enough, and Team Myth, it was looking a little bit dicey there, but as I said, I mean, they're able to get a very big turn in that round and pick up an extremely crucial map, or round rather. And now, Team Myth looking very pretty.
Very, very pretty. But Lazarus still have a lot to do. Alucard actually takes out Vise, and that is huge at this section of the game. They're still trying to find out where they can go, what they can do. And they're already a man down. Lazarus Gaming are seriously struggling on this map.
Yeah, and Team Myth just incredibly consistent. You know, this is what you need to win in a couple of leagues in a row. As I say that, though, 40 is able to pick up one. Niels gets a second, and Lazarus not going to go down without a fight.
Yeah, but down goes Horus. Awesome managing to get that headshot. Knowles takes out Booker. And it's 4 against 1. Alucard is still there. Takes a big chunk of damage. And is he going to get through that vent?
Yeah, there's that tiny little window there, and not quite able to snipe through that one. A nice little try. He knew he was 1v4, so gave it his best college try. And at the end of the day, I mean, Lazarus, they are going to fight back. A nice round win there. A couple of big pickoffs early. Awesome did come up pretty clutch. I think he got a couple of kills in that one. And let's see where we go from here.
Yeah, right now just sitting around the bridge, trying to find out where are the defenders? Where's Team Myth? Because they're sitting in very unusual positions compared to what Lazarus were playing last time round. Like you can see, they're not quite in the center where the A spot is on the minimap. Like they're just finding these awkward slots where, you know, you're going to get the information one way or another. You don't necessarily have to see, but you'll hear absolutely everything. Like, even that grenade, like, nothing is really going wrong here for Team Myth on this defense. They've picked up some interesting positions. Will Lazarus be able to spot them out as they make this push over to A?
You can see that Team Myth, they've got a lot of defenders over there. This is just a straight-up loading dock push. They're just going straight through the front door. Horus is able to get one, but this is looking good for Lazarus once again. They have control of the A site.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying something sneaky, but Alucard actually picks up Knowles there with a nice snipe. Bomb is planted, but one sniper against 3 trying to defuse the bomb isn't exactly the odds you're looking for. Will he be able to do it? Alucard's going to try.
This is a rough ask, especially with the AWM. He gives it a shot, not quite going to work out. Awesome, able to pick up 3 kills on the round, and Lazarus, slowly but surely, they're making this into an interesting map. This was looking all Team Myths, but now a couple of strong rounds, and it's anybody's game.
7-5 so far. As you said, this is the comeback they needed, but we can see Team Myth actually going very, very deep on the defense here. Look at where they're positioned. That's not usually where you'd be. And JWoww is caught out by Knowles, who is taken down by Booker, but Booker, I think, took quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's 12, and what is this position for him? It's not going to be fun, as he is just a pistol shot away from certain death. And so, Lazarus, reading that and feeling that pressure very nicely. Penguin's got a pretty good angle here, though. He's not going to push too much farther out, though.
Yeah, decides to come back. Got a little bit of information there, I think. I think he heard the footsteps. So we'll see if that's going to pay any mind. Awesome, just trying to get out a couple of shots, see if anyone's sneaking behind a wall or just give a little bit of a, you know, hey, we're trying to push through here and see if we can get them all to come out and play. But, nah, Team Myth are a little bit better than that.
Yeah, Team Myth, they know they're down in terms of health advantage right now, so they're just going to play some off angles and see if they can catch someone out. Lazarus also showing an immense amount of patience. No big pushes coming through just yet. Seeing if they can get any more initial damage before they do commit. And it's looking like potentially a rotation onto B now, as we do see the C4 running its way over.
Yeah, awesome. Comes all the way back with 40. Takes out Alucard. That is a big pickup. Will they get the angles they need? No, Booker actually comes around the back, takes out Loons here, and then quickly gets out of dodge. He is now pretty much safe. He's going to try and wrap around the back with Penguin and Horus pick up some big kills here, but Vice is still up, but Penguin takes him down. That is a big round for Team Myth.
Yeah, and I think it all starts with Booker, right? He had the off angle. Lazarus did not check all of their flanks, and he got that one kill from behind, and all of a sudden it was like chaos broke out. They're like, are we pushing? Are we not? The communication kind of faltering in that moment, and it all started with kind of the sneaky play, the sneaky angle from Booker, and really took a lot of the power out of that B push. If you're not going 100% on that B push, it's probably not going to work. There's a lot of different angles to cover from there as the defenders.
Yeah, but Lazarus playing this one a little bit slower, trying to find out a little bit more information, trying to maybe move Team Myth around the map the way that they want them to. We can see there might be a pickup here and might be pushing through B Road. There's a couple of shots coming down the central street there, but not going to cause any kind of reaction because everybody knows that it's just a fake. Surely B is being rushed. 4 on B for Blacklist here for Lazarus.
Yeah. Here we go.
All the grenades.
They don't get much out of it, you know. They show their position. Now they're going to push in after Team Myth gets into position. Penguin's able to pick up 1 and make that 2. JWoww is able to pick up another headshot here. A full committal from the side of Lazarus. Loon's able to help out here nicely. 40's got the off angle, but it's not going to work out. And it's all Loons against 2. And it will not work out for him. Team Myth, they pick up their 9th round. And that is huge. We're looking at potentially a 3rd map here.
It is definitely looking that way. It looked as though the reversal, like the change of sides, was helping Lazarus out, but they've begun to crumble again on port towards the end of this. Team Myth touching distance of that 3rd set. But Lazarus might have something to say. They are a team that are capable of getting 5 on the bounce.
That aggressive Global Risk play once again is going to catch Niels off guard this time. You know, last time he was able to pick off one, but he was up against 3 people there.
Yeah, and got absolutely nothing. A couple of hits onto Alucard, but that's not the biggest target. So shots coming in on A. Awesome. Gets 1, gets 2. Vise actually picks up Horus as well in the middle of that. JWoww and Penguin are both down. Myth are down to Booker and Alucard. Alucard is down. Booker is seriously low, and he goes down. Is this the beginning of the Lazarus comeback? 6-9.
Well, if they're going to get something done, it's going to start off with that nice round that they do pick up. And it was pretty close, that one. I mean, there were moments where Team Myth could have turned that one around. As now Lazarus looking for a potential fast push in here. Some of those defensive grenades getting a little bit of damage, but not a lot of scouting done here for Team Myth, so they might not know just how aggressive Lazarus are about to get.
They're pushing into B, and the rotation's coming quickly from the defenders. JWoww picks up 1. He picks up 2. Lazarus skulls here, and then gets taken. Oh, awesome. Actually getting 1. Now 2 as well. This is back and forth stuff between the 2 teams. Loon is down. 40 is the only man remaining on Lazarus. And he does it!
He actually got that.
He got the triple kill.
Yeah. There were 3 guys that were super low, and he got the final kill through the box. Like, he was just like, okay, they're all pushing through. Maybe I can get this kill. And he was absolutely right. 40 finally showing up here. And he does it in such a crucial moment. 7-9 now.
And it looks as though they're going to try something very similar. B is very heavily stacked right now. The push has already begun. Smokes are out. Vision is low. You can see back and forth. Awesome takes out Horus. Alucard takes out Awesome. So 1 for 1. Or 1 for 2. Another goes down on the side of Myth. But Lazarus slowly falling here, but it's 3 against 2. Make that 3 against 1. Alucard is the last man standing.
That was pretty nifty there from Niels. And Alucard here with the pistol, as he is the sniper player on his team. He's got 5 health, and yes, the bomb isn't down, but that's that's just fine for Lazarus. They should be looking at 8-9 here, as even a little bit of spray will do the trick. They push out, get the job done with the M4, and now we're looking at a potential tiebreaker.
Yeah, it is 9-8. Myth are 1 away, but Lazarus have been clawing this one back. They have been pulling themselves back into this game. And it's unreal to see how well they're playing right now. They're picking it back up.
Yeah, I mean, that was a crazy set of rounds that they won in a row. I mean
the 3 kills by 40.
Yeah.
The final one coming through the box. That's a highlight reel in of itself. Like, 1 versus 3 regardless, but getting the last kill through the box, chef's kiss. It's beautiful to see.
And you guys might have caught it there, but because we remade the lobby before, we had to actually do it again now because they were swapping sides with the amount of rounds that were being played. So Team Myth, they had an opportunity to end it before the remake of the lobby, but not the case. We had to play 1 more round to see if we do go into tiebreakers, or is Team Myth just going to run away with this one? And honestly, I mean, I thought this was Team Myth's all the way back at, like, 5-2.
Yeah, it was looking all Team Myth, wasn't it? Like, Lazarus looked completely out of it, but they have pulled it back ridiculously well. This is what, 3 on the bounce now, 4 on the bounce. Mm-hmm. It's unreal how well they're playing right now. But will this little bit of an interlude here play into Team Myth's favor? Will they be able to just have that little bit more time to talk to each other, to get each other to calm down? Lazarus lose that adrenaline that pushes them forward. Like, that could definitely happen with this slight little break we have as we remake this lobby.
Yeah, it could definitely happen. It could be some time for Team Myth to try to figure out what happened in those last 3 or so rounds that they did lose. So 8-9 here. If Lazarus do win, we will go into a tiebreaker set of rounds. So looking for just 1 round. If Team Myth win, it's 10-8, and we move on to the 3rd map.
Well, it looks as though Lazarus are going to be trying to push through the loading dock, but maybe planning a switch up. But look at where Myth are. They're not really expecting this, but Myth, Alucard on top of things instantly takes out Nulls. Horus takes out 40, and Myth starting to just control this one. Awesome does get Horus down though. Lazarus have 3. Alucard is incredibly low. Lazarus now down to 2. Awesome. One man against the world, and it is not enough as Team Myth close it out and take us to a map number 3.
Well, this is more of what we were expecting, right? I think Ankara, maybe a little bit of warm-ups coming in for Team Myth, but they were able to get on the board here. It was a little bit rough losing 3 rounds in a row, but they get the win. It wasn't the cleanest one, but they're able to get the job done. They force a 3rd set, and of course we will be going on to Black Widow for that one. And yeah, I wonder how they feel. You know, they get the win, but it's still Lazarus making it extremely difficult.
Yeah, it was a very scrappy win. Like, going all the way to 10-8 is not what you're expecting when you're up, what was it, 6-2, 7-2 at one point?
Yeah, it was 6-2 that we did see. We also saw 9-5 that did eventually come out here. So we are going to take a look at some of the highlights here. And yeah, there's a lot to watch from this one, so many rounds.
I am hoping we get to see that 1 versus 3 through the box. That was insane spray there, just controlling everything perfectly. And oh my, just some of these shots are absolutely nuts. 2 kills there off the spray. That one's all right. Through the window, like you can see the tiniest little shin, and that is enough to take it down.
We had some pretty insane pushes onto me as well. Like this map can get so scrappy, as you put it, right? It's like, man, so some of the trades that you have to take here, there's so many different angles that you have to hold on both defense and offense. Like even when they have control of the site, it's like, well, there could be a guy down to the left, there could be a guy down to the right, or is somebody flanking us? Like it's not easy.
The 40 triple kill with the finisher through the box is still a personal highlight of that round. It was just almost ridiculous to watch. It was just so good. And I guess that's going to take us to our last map.
Yeah, Black Widow will be the last one. Of course, we did have Subbase and Compound banned out. Subbase banned by Lazarus, Compound by, of course, Team Myth. And, you know, kind of to be expected. You see those maps are banned out quite a lot. And
it would have been nice to have the final map on Subbase, though, because Subbase is always a highlight. Nice. There's always someone who gets one of those shots that just makes you go, ooh, yeah, that's Crossfire all over.
Yeah. I still remember, I think we were showing the highlights maybe while we were waiting for the stream to start, or rather the show to start while the stream was live, and it was just like they was down on the A site, and somebody had a pistol and just the flick into the AC room. Like one tap headshot with a pistol from super far away, and I was just like, how does this guy do that?
How does
some crazy
anyone
stuff.
do it? That's the thing. Like, the level of play we get to see is just the top of the top, right? Mm-hmm. And this is EUMENA. Like, we still have like the America region to go as well. That's going to be next week. That's going to be off the wall. Yeah. Because we know what that region can put out.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And you know, these teams, they're fighting for a lot. Like this map, this match between these two teams is huge because you know, they could see each other as the main rivals in their groups, and you're just trying to get first place so you can go directly into the global finals. That's what these teams are fighting for. They want to get 3 wins clean and just make it straight into the grand finals and, of course, the world finals for Crossfire for 2021. So this map could mean everything for these two teams. We have Black Widow just about ready to go, as we will be hopping into our 3rd map for this first match. Lazarus up against Team Myth. Let's see who will take down the match.
So here we go. Team Myth on the blacklist side. Global Risk being played by Lazarus. Bridge. Horus getting one, getting two. Vise and Nulls are already out. Myth starting incredibly strong. They lose Booker though. The bomb has been planted, and this is all going Team Myth's way in the initial rush here on this map.
Yeah, Team Myth, sometimes they just go crazy, right? They just go for this crazy rush, and it really catches you off guard. That is a huge pick on the JWoww, because not only is JWoww a key player, but they have a chance to now retake. Only 17 seconds now as Alucard gets a headshot. AWSM Awesome will go down as well. Team Myth pick up the first round very quickly.
Yeah, and Penguin finishes Loons off on that one with the pistol, just adding a little bit of flourish at the end of that one for Team Myth, who pick up a very strong opening engagement here, opening round. So this time not deciding to do it again. They are pushing down B, across the bridge, through long, moving through side road, but again, they're keeping their options open, trying to find angles just to get a little bit of information, but nothing doing so far. Horus kind of pinned down in this corner here. I think they know exactly where he is. I think Vise already got a little bit of a shot off onto him, and Vise is just looking like a hawk right now, just viewing him almost with wall hacks on, because it looks as though he can see right through the walls, because they are looking in that direction all the time. They know where the C4 is. Can Team Myth rescue their man from the pit?
Yeah, he's just vibing. He's just hanging out down there, you know.
Stuck in Waterway.
Just hanging out. And, yeah, I mean, should be okay here. You see Vise still looking to keep an eye on him, but Horus looking to sneak his way out down underneath here. And still no declaration, really, in terms of their movement of where Team Myth do want to go. Some smokes down into middle to see if maybe they can get some attention that way.
Yeah, but no one's going to buy. Look at the wraparound here.
Oh.
On the defense, but this is a big push into B. Vise already down. Horus takes him out. Nulls gets down Horus as Penguin takes out Nulls. And that is site secure. B is in the side of Team Myth. They're going to get the bomb down as Lazarus kind of scramble here to try and get any kind of defense on the go.
Just a crazy strategical play. I mean, that is so beautiful to watch. And they have total control of this B site. It's really difficult to retake this one on Black Widow. And there you have it. It's going to be another Blacklist win into the pockets of Team Myth. And it was so good, right? The smoke through mid, the three members wrapping around there. And also they got the initial frag through the warehouse, right? So everything just going perfectly for Team Myth. Totally caught Lazarus off guard. They're looking like, you know, all five members are vibing at this moment in time.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do on this one. This one's a lot more defensive from Team Myth, who is sitting back in the Blacklist side. Blacklist spawn. Kind of moving over towards A, but they might just check it. But it would be a good idea to rush it right now because there's only one man with eyes on that site. It seems like a call has come out for a little bit more. Awesome does rotate over, but tries to rotate back into the middle. As 40's not even looking the right direction, does turn around. Grenades coming out. It's going to be a 4 versus 2 situation here as they come in, but Awesome and 40 instantly laying down the hurt. Awesome and 40 basically just shut out Team Myth.
I mean, it was quite literally just the two of them lining up AWM shots over and over again. One of them got 3 kills, the other one got 2, and sometimes you just lose rounds like that when Lazarus show up to play and you run directly into their AWM sites.
Nice shot there by 40. 40 gets 2. That's Penguin down as well. 40 is feeling this AWM right now. He is just an expert marksman. He's just getting kills left, right, and center as he is taken down by Booker. But Awesome picks up the slack. The 2 ohm strategy here working perfectly for Lazarus on the defense.
Yeah, and I think it's a bit of a statement as well from Lazarus. They're saying, you're not able to push us on A. Like, yeah, you had a couple of nice pushes onto the B site, and we did get caught off guard. A big rush on the first round. The second round was very cleanly played. You try to run into our 2 AWMs on the A site, you're just going to lose. And, I mean, that was the case a couple times in a row now, as AWSM is still holding this angle. And we even have Niels on the backside here just waiting for the rotation as he will get taken down. Does Booker, and Lazarus will tie it up.
Yep, all tied up 2 for 2. We've seen some absolutely great AWM plays here from Lazarus. The two AWM play has worked out perfectly because Team Myth have kind of been lining up. They've looked like ducks in the barrel, right? They've just been shot bam, 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 because they're grouping up. They're trying to do these big pushes, but the AWM is just so good in the hands of Awesome and 40, who right now are both 5 and 3. 5 and 2 for Awesome. But it's not going to happen this time round. They're a lot more fanned out, our Team Myth, as they try to look to reverse the tide that's going against them right now.
Yeah, a bit of a change up. You saw that they were hanging around. Alucard was actually looking down the sights on A long, but definitely kind of spreading it out now, maybe looking for a bit of a push through middle once again. At least that's where the C4 is. But a nice spread here once again from the side of Lazarus as they will run through the mid doors.
Yeah, central doors are all theirs as they rotate over to A site, catching 40 in the middle of no man's land, kind of sleeping on the job. Are they going to be able to get more here? The C4 is planted. That puts a timer on Lazarus. Nate's coming through.
Awesome is just in there. It's like a light show or something because about 5 grenades were thrown through this window. You see he's got that AWM still, but it's a really sharp angle. Not going to be easy for him.
Time is ticking. The push needs to come. Boris is down. Alucard's taking big hits. JWoww very low, but JWoww picks up the kills he needs. It doesn't matter if he only has a couple of hit points left. The man is just going to get the kills, and that is round 3, to Team Myth.
Yeah, pretty huge one there. You know, these pushes through mid have been really good for them, and I like the change up, right? They check on A long. 40 a little bit more aggressive this time, looking for those initial picks, not able to get one. But yeah, I mean, if you're going to send 2 people to just stare at A long, going down mid is perfect, right? So Lazarus are forced to respond. They put AWSM, awesome. I kind of use that interchangeably for him. But he's sitting in mid now. He's covering mid, so they have to cover their flanks. They can't have just the 2 AWMs in the A long spot, and that might open up some other holes for Team Myth to, find.
Yeah, losing the assault weapon like the AK or the M4 is quite a big loss when you're running the 2 AWM, especially if, they're going close quarters, which it looks like they might be now over on that B side. There's 3 kind of hanging around the doors. They are making a move through side road. But again, where are they going? They're feeling each other out. Who is going to crack first? Everyone is fully up. No one has taken any hits at all. And I don't think anyone's even seen each other for half a second right now.
Yeah, as you mentioned, just trying to get as much information as possible before the push. But Lazarus, not really testing their luck, right? They're kind of sitting back on the sites. They're covering a lot of the angles, playing it a little bit safe here on the global risk side. Awesome. So it's going to be up to Team Myth to look for the attack angle.
Yeah, Awesome's going to get a couple of shots off here as they do push through Ali, but he doesn't manage to pick anyone up. Everyone is still alive as 40 is the first to go down. Penguin takes him out, no troubles at all, and is still fully up. And we can see the defensive rotation through Central Passage, and they're going to try and come up through Access Road, but they're fanning out a little bit more. Can they get the defensive kills? Can they retake A? That's going to be that question that Lazarus is being asked. Horus takes out Awesome. Vice takes out Horus. Penguin gets a big kill on Vice.
Oh, and Niels, he actually had a nice angle there, but not able to land the shots. And that's going to be another one here for Team Myth as, you know, they've shown that we have figured out your A defense as well. So now Lazarus are kind of, I don't know what you would call it. It's like they're stuck out in the ocean and they don't know how to swim at this point in time because a lot of their safety plans and you know, their plan A, their plan B and C, everything's kind of going out the window, and Team Myth are just figuring it out. Their blacklist has been so clean the last couple of maps.
Yeah, but we know what Lazarus can do on this Global Risk. They showed it twice already that they can put out these dominant defenses on the side of the Risk, of Global Risk, but I mean, it is turning towards Team Myth, right? The favor, the momentum of this map is going their way as we see a big 5-man push on B, but everyone is smoked up. Nobody can see a thing right now.
Yeah, I think Booker or someone back there just flashed his entire team. Looked like it bounced off the top of the doorway. You can sometimes be caught out by that, so kind of delays their push a little bit. They're going to consider another angle.
Yep, so it looks as though they're going up central again here, and it might work because no one has eyes down that central passageway. Nobody is looking down the doorway as we see now. They are going to be going up the side road here, pushing into A. Will the rotation come quick enough? There's 60 seconds left to get that C4 down.
Yeah, still plenty of time. They got Horus waiting on their flanks, just trying to catch anyone rotating, looking like a 4-person push through A short at this point in time. And just waiting, biding their time, seeing if maybe they want to try somewhere else. You see the C4 now rotating the last second over towards that B area, towards that warehouse.
But it feels like it's completely red. There's 3 on the side of the Global Risk here on that site. So it's going to be interesting to see if it can be broken through. Knowles gets 2. Booker gets 1, but Knowles makes it 3 before going down. Loons getting a big pickup on Penguin, and that is shut down expertly by Lazarus. Team Myth in a little bit of trouble here. It's 4-3.
Yeah, the push a little bit rushed. It felt, you know, they spent a lot of time on A short, and then it was kind of like, well, let's just run through the storage, right? And now a big pickoff from 40. This could be Lazarus trying to turn the tides of the momentum into their favor.
Yeah, tying it up 4-4 will be massive for them. Alucard, I thought he had a shot on them, but doesn't take it, and Horus goes down. Loons picking up another kill here, so it's 2 down on the side of Team Myth, and everyone is still up on the side of Lazarus. And not just up, they are fully kitted out. They have taken nothing so far.
Yeah, they're just hanging out. A couple of big picks to start. I felt like that was a little bit of a, I don't even know what to call it. It was almost like Horus got lost and he was like wandering through the forest, trying to go solo through the mid doors. Absolutely did not work out, as this time around Lazarus did have some nice coverage there. And now once again, Niels and Vise kind of just tasked with holding down this B site. And you can see the Team Myth not going to be confident to push through there.
Yeah, they're looking at coming through the central doors, but the bomb is, the C4 is going through alley. But they're still indecisive. They have a minute as Loons takes out Alucard, gets that angle just right. But JWoww does pick off Loons, but JWoww is down. It's 1 man against the world. Can he do it? Booker has a lot to do here if he's going to win it. Well, doesn't get one. Awesome takes him out, and that makes it 4-4.
4-4, clean, even. Lazarus with a big comeback here in the last couple of rounds, tying things up. And another round here would be huge, going 5-4 on Global Risk. Always kind of what you would expect, kind of down the middle. And I think a lot of it comes down to some of these early picks. You know, 40 and Awesome getting a couple of those AWM plays. And also just another big pick there from 40 in that last round It's kind of pulling them through and giving them a chance to fight on uneven ground.
Yeah, Lazarus leaving that central area completely unguarded. There is no sights down that alleyway, down the central passage at all. And the last time this happened, there was that big push through center, which rotated over to A that just overwhelmed the Lazarus defense. But Teamith don't know this information. They're unsure of where Lazarus are right now. As we see the C4 kind of moving back and forth. Very indecisive from Team Myth, who are probably feeling a little bit of pressure now. They need this win to give them... Oh, ho, ho. You peak for half a second and JWoww goes down. Luckily, the C4 is still in the hands of Penguin here, but that was a shot and a half.
Yeah, some pretty huge stuff here. Once again, 40 is going to be able to get that spot onto Alucard, and this time around, nice little angle from Horus, and Alucard also gets that pistol shot, and another one, the snipe over the top from Alucard, and sometimes you win the firefights even when you're down a man. That is huge play from Team Myth as Niels is looking to tie it up now.
Alucard gets one. Is he going to be able to get two? No, Vice actually takes out Alucard. C4 disarmed. And that goes the way of Lazarus.
Some pretty huge plays as well. I don't think they expected Lazarus to just run at them, right? They got control of the A site. They planted the bomb, and they're like, okay, let's set up our defenses. And then immediately, like, a right hook came in. And Team Myth were just not ready for it. So you can see just how close these teams are when it comes to their ability.
Absolutely caught in the middle of no man's land. Horus there runs through central power. Oh, Booker as well. Almost in the same spot goes down. And Awesome does take out Penguin. 5 against 2. All 3 deaths in exactly the same spot.
Yeah, sometimes, if a guy is on fire and he just got a kill in one spot, by the way, Awesome just going to get another casual kill there on the side road. And now it's all up to JWoww here. We'll see if he can pull off the miracle, but even on the blacklist side, sometimes, Team Myth, they decided to get aggressive, and 40 just had you in his sights and was able to take them down, as JWoww at least will pick up one, but not another.
Yeah, that was very, very clean on the side of Lazarus. Those snipes were something to, take a screenshot of and put on your kitchen wall, because that was just beautiful. Everyone kind of died in that same spot. And, getting caught out like that once, okay, cool. Getting caught out 3 times in a space of 20 seconds is a little bit rough.
Yeah.
So Team Myth are down 6-4.
As a team, you just gotta, I don't know, maybe it's just a little bit of overconfidence saying, like, okay, we can challenge this guy, but you gotta give credit where credit's due, right? 40 is on fire right now. Keep in mind that he has decided not to go for the sniper in this round specifically, so maybe a little bit more of a rush. That will eventually come out here from Lazarus, not looking for those initial picks, as he has swapped.
Yes, sitting very, very deep on the B side here of the map. And they might just make a pretty powerful push through bridge, through long, through storage. But the problem is, there are eyes on this, and the rotation could come slightly quickly, but I mean, I can't quite see who it is. Number 4 is in the middle of no man's land for Team Myth. Gonna try and get the wrap through access. As the engagement comes out, Vice gets one. Penguin makes a return though. 1 for 1. You see the shots come through the door here.
It's a pretty clutch headshot that Penguin is able to pick up there, because if it were 4v5 and you're trying to retake B, you're probably just not going to do it. It is incredibly difficult, but 4v4, that makes it much more doable. It increases your chances by a lot. So let's see what Team Myth decide to do on this push.
Yeah, but they are bottlenecks. There are two bottlenecks here, B doors and the passage at the back. The passage is being breached by Alucard, who is instantly taken down, and Team Myth absolutely crumble there as Lazarus take a commanding lead.
Yeah, as you said it, even though Team Myth had a lot of grenades and they threw a bunch of them into some crucial spots, they just got put through the meat grinder there as 40 is able to line up another one. He goes back to the AWM here and he picks up Penguin, a guy who has been very consistent for the side of Team Myth, and taking him out early here with Lazarus in total control of this map. It's got to be feeling good for them.
Oh, JWoww picking up a big kill in return. It is 4 against 4. That's what they need at this point. Both teams looking for that next kill, which could turn the tides into their favor. As everyone is kind of gathered around central doors as Loons takes out JWoww. Horus takes out Nulls. It's 3 against 3. It's 1 for 1. Every time someone dies, a trade is made. Who is going to be able to come out on top? It's completely in the air right now. We see a rotation coming through long on the B side here of the C4. Everyone on Myth kind of sitting as short. A short. Will they be able to get the rotations off in time? Kind of. They're kind of trying to cut this off right now.
Yeah. You see Team Myth, they're not afraid to throw down and just go for the fight. I liked that flank from Awesome, but he wasn't able to pick up a kill on the flank there of A short and that side road. So 40 also spotted. He got tagged over on A long, and Team Myth now on the push.
Yeah, we can see Booker getting blindsided, didn't check his corners, and goes down to Awesome here. It's 3 against 2, but with the hit points left on the side of Lazarus, it may as well be a 2 against 2. It's Awesome. 40's trying to do what he can. Loons is down. What a shot there by 40. Can he do it again? Alucard's trying to get what he can done. He does have an AWP.
Oh! 40 doesn't have much time. He's got to get that bomb down onto the site. He will be able to. That headshot was so clutch from Alucard, and now it's the two snipers going head-to-head.
Pistol against pistol. Who's going to be able to take it? Neither are looking in the right direction right now to see the other. Alucard does have the side here. He could, if he catches where 40 is, he will get the drop. Oh, but 40 turns around and finishes it off. Lazarus Gaming commanding lead now, 8-4.
Yeah, nice shots there with the Colt from the side of 40. Pretty huge win after Awesome just got booped in the head. Sometimes that can happen. And now Lazarus, it was a close round. Team Myth really giving it their all, trying to pull out all the stops, all the strategies, but it's not quite enough. And Lazarus, they're only 2 rounds away from taking out Team Myth. And as I said before, this is their main competitor in this group of EUMENA. So if they're able to take out them, they might just be able to book a ticket to the global finals. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and the story is told in the KD ratios right now. Look at the positive players on the side of Lazarus. They have 3. You've got Awesome, 40, and Nulls, all positive. You've got Loons, evens, and Vice is the only one who's negative. But then you look on the side of Myth. They only have 1 player who's positive right now. Who isn't even positive. He's even. Penguin is 8 for 8. Everyone else is struggling on this map.
It's been pretty rough for the side of Team Myth. They haven't been able to quite get that momentum, other than in the very beginning of the map, where they got the 2 rounds. Other than that, it's just been struggle street for them. Lazarus have proven that they're just a little bit more consistent, and we'll see if this can work out for them. Niels gets an initial kill, and JWoww is not able to get the return one on the poke.
Horus is, though, but a great snipe from Alucard. They're taking out Awesome It's 3 against 3. It is very even, but there's only 40 seconds left to break through storage, get that bomb down on B, and finish this one up for Lazarus. This might just be going Myth's way.
And Team Myth have a nice spread right now. The C4 is over at B, and there's not enough time, so they have to plant B. But they have 3 or so members over there. As the rotation is coming out now from Lazarus, I don't know if they have enough time for this, and Penguin's in perfect position to shut down the rotation.
Yeah, Penguin kind of... Oh, Vise gets one. He was kind of caught in a pincer there. Oh! 40 finishes it off for Lazarus with 1 second remaining.
I mean, it doesn't get closer than that, right? There was only one way Lazarus were going to win, and I didn't think it was possible. But if you eliminate the entire enemy squad, you'll still get the win. You don't have to plant that bomb. So there was just barely enough time to do it, and 40 had the perfect flank around the A site all the way around the back. They had no idea he was there. 2 free kills, essentially, for him. And now it's match point for Lazarus.
And they have 5 rounds to play with. They have so much to do. They could just bum rush 4 times and then play it slow. Eventually something will give. As Horus is down instantly. Vise gets him down. JWoww gets out awesome though. 1-for-1 trade. The bomb is down. 40 seconds left. Will Myth be able to retake B? We know it's so difficult to do, especially when there are this many people still alive. It's 4 against 4.
There's really not that much time. Team Myth got to make a move. See, Penguin's trying to get a big flank off. He's at least going to get that first kill on the 40, but with 12 seconds left, you have to push onto the site. You got to do something, but everybody's just being mown down, and that's going to be Lazarus taking the match win as they take down Black Widow and secure their 2-1 victory in maps. And what a gigantic victory it is over Team Myth.
Yeah, Team Myth were considered probably the favorites in this group. They've won the MENA region not once, but twice already this year. The West CEFL, they've won it twice already, and Lazarus were probably their closest contenders, managed to squeak out the win here. But it wasn't as squeaky as it looked. They started off rough, they came back, and they just got it done. And it barely looks like anything's happened on the side of Lazarus.
Yeah. The only one who's got like a big smile on his face is, of course, Niels, who, just leading the squad to the victory. Everybody else is just another day at the job, another day at work, clicking on some heads and getting the victory. They know there's still a long road ahead of them, but a big obstacle at least has been taken out of the road. As, gotta like their chances now to get first in the group if you take out Team Myth. We'll see how it does go.
Yeah, 100%. You can see set 1 going to Lazarus 10-4, set 3 going with exactly the same score. Team Myth, that was the closest set 2 I think I've ever seen in this tournament, in this game even, because 8-10, it was looking as though Myth had it cleaned up nice and early. Lazarus pulled out this second half like miracle run. Myth just about close it out, but Lazarus, with the momentum from those sets that they managed to take, just dominate set 3 and give themselves the win here.
It's a gigantic win. It is just so huge. We cannot overstate that. Lazarus, they always seem to do well at these tournaments that we are casting, at least. I feel like I've interviewed Lazarus more than any other team. They have a lot of victories in CFS IOs, the invitationals that we do here. And, once again, here in the regional final, they start off extremely strong. Little bit of a stumble, I would say, on port, but they made it close, and a couple of 10-4 victories against what could be the strongest team in the entire group. You got to be feeling like you're on cloud 9 right now.
You got it, yeah, 100%. Like, this, getting an early win here is a lot because it does put you in a better position to finish first in this group. Mm-hmm. Because you're going to need a near perfect record to be able to do that, and going 1 down early on is not the position you want to be. And if you finish first in the group, you've already booked your ticket. You can, go up on the internet, book a couple of flights over to Seoul during those dates, and get a nice hotel room as well. Like, everything can be booked immediately, because when you finish first in the group, you're automatically qualified.
Yeah. And that's really the kicker, right? Because if you finish first, you guarantee the grand final spot for this regional final. And first and second in this regional final go immediately to the global final. So that's really what we've been talking about. That's why this first match was so important for both of these teams. Team Myth really got to be kicking themselves. They can win in league formats. They can get first a couple of times here. But when it comes down to a crucial best of 3, there's still a chance, right? I mean, there's a second slot as well, and it was only the first match, so who knows? I mean, maybe Golden V will step up, or Pentasports steps up, and they say, hey, don't forget about us. Maybe if they can get a couple of wins against Lazarus, maybe Team Myth will have a chance to get up there. It'll be interesting to see how this group does play out, because, we do talk about the favorites in the group, but I feel like always at these tournaments, especially when there's so much on the line, there's so much pressure, it's like, who knows what's going to happen?
Yes, some people can crack, some people can step up to the plate. Golden V definitely can come in, so can Penta. So it's going to be very interesting to see those two go off next.
Yeah, and it looks like we do have the interview ready to go. So let's hop into that interview right now and see who we are talking with. Hello again.
Hello.
Niels. I feel like I always talk to you because you guys win so much. How does it feel to get this win? I mean, obviously Team Myth, a very strong team. They have a lot of big results this year. How does it feel to get this win?
We feel very good because we think they are our biggest opponent in this tournament. So yeah, of course, very happy.
What do you think was the turning point for your team? Because it was looking kind of rough on map 2. Like, what was the turning point? What got you through and managed to close out so easily in that final map?
40. I can't say anything else. It's like he did a lot of very good stuff, and awesome as well. Very crucial controlled game. We kind of missed that on port. We got like picked out very often, especially me. So yeah, it went better on Black Widow.
Yeah, you guys were really dominant on that map. So you've taken out what you consider to be your biggest opponents. What is your confidence like now for the rest of the group? And will we be seeing you in Korea later on this year?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet, because both of the other teams are strong too. Especially Penta showed that they can easily win against top teams in Elite League. So we are still very focused, and yeah, it's still a long road.
Absolutely. This was just the first match, but you guys, you were looking very strong, at least on a couple of those maps this time around. So thank you, Niels, for talking with us once again. Thank you for the interview. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you later on.
Thank you too.
So, always great to talk with Niels, and yeah, I mean, again, it seemed like he was feeling really great after the win.
Yeah, knowing that you've taken out the strongest opponent, and not just that, but paying the respect to the other teams like Penta and Golden V can pull out those wins, as he said. I mean, he knows the task ahead isn't easy, but you've taken out like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like, you've only got like, what's his name? Sylvester Stallone left. It's still a tough road, but it is possible to take.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have the next matchup, which I believe should be Golden V up against Pentasports, if I'm not misremembering that. So make sure you guys are tuning in for that one. We are going to take a quick commercial break before we do get into that second match, but don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the second match of the regional final. Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the Crossfire Stars 2021 Regional Finals for EUMENA Division. And so far, we have had Lazarus take out Team Myth in a nail-biter. Pretty back and forth in that one. And now we're going to move on to our second match of the night. It will be, of course, Penta Sports up against Golden V. How are you feeling about this matchup, Simon?
It's interesting because Penta were like one of the founders of CFS in general. Like, they've been around forever. They took a hiatus. They're back now. It's going to be interesting to see how they perform. And they're also one of the only teams I know of that have a very mixed nationality roster. They have like HCZ, who's from China. They have a British person. They have British person is Chills. And then everyone else is from Germany. So it's going to be interesting to see how that eclectic mix gels together and like forms a team where they're going against GV, who made it to Worlds last year. They made it to the finals, the grand finals. They did finish, I believe, fifth. Yeah, fifth. They finished fifth, just over Lazarus, who we just saw.
Yeah.
And they looked pretty good during that. And it's whether they can continue to build on that, which they haven't really done this year. They finished fourth and fifth in the league. So they have to pull something out here, but they are definitely one to watch out for because they can cause upsets.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're still a strong team, but I think the loss of FaZe has definitely hurt them a little bit more than maybe people were expecting. And we'll have to wait and see. I mean, they're still a good team. But, guys, we are going to introduce the teams that we do have here for this matchup. So maybe go ahead and take a look eventually at Penta Sports. Let's take a look at that now. Let's take a look at Penta Sports and see who they do have on their roster.
Yeah, so as the graphic comes up, Penta Sports consists of Rain, Jin, HCZ, Terror, and Chills. As I said, an eclectic mix of players here. And it's going to be very interesting to see what they can come up with and how well they gel together. The team have been doing okay. They finished third in the most recent of seasons. So can they bring it up? And look at the smiles on the faces of Rain. The guy absolutely loves what he's doing right now. Everyone just seems kind of chill, kind of happy.
Yeah, just hanging out, you know. Similar vibes to Lazarus, you know, not a lot of pressure, right? They're just vibing right now, and that's really what you want to see before a big match, you know. Not really feeling the pressure all too much. So that was Penta Sports. Let's introduce our second team of the second match. It will be Golden V. We have Chris, Favor, Snox, Creed, and Seven. You should definitely recognize a lot of these names.
Yeah, interestingly, one of the few teams who have all four players with a positive KD. Not as high as we saw on Myth and Lazarus, but everyone is a very well-rounded team player. Everyone gets at least a kill around, which is super important in this game. If you get one kill and then get taken out, at least you've done your part.
That's absolutely true. We'll see, who's going to be able to pick up the slack this time around. As you can see them here, seems like they're vibing as well. You know, they're having a good time, just bouncing around, getting ready for this first match of theirs. Not easy. You know, we saw that Team Myth had a very slow start, actually, against Lazarus on Ankara, their first map. So, you know, the first round's always very crucial for kind of getting momentum on your side.
Yeah, it's also a good way to, like, feel out your opponents, right? The very first round is probably the slowest round we usually see because teams are trying to figure out, okay, what are you doing this time around? Like, what are we going to be seeing more often? Because a lot of people go to that comfort pick at the beginning. Like the comfort strategies, let's say, at the very beginning, and then they kind of evolve from there. So it is an important one, but usually around the fourth or fifth round, that's where, you know, the strategies are out on display. We know everything that's coming, and it's time to shake things up, and that's where you really find out who is the more dominant team, who is going to be stronger going through the rest of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like we do have our two teams ready to go. We can go ahead and jump into the map ban pick and see what maps we are going to be playing for this second matchup. Hopefully some sub-base and compounds. We get a ban on Ankara. That's a good sign.
That's and Black Widow banned as well. So Port, Subbase, and Compound are our maps. The Crossfire gods have listened, and Compound and Subbase are starting us off.
This is what you want to see. If you're a fan of Crossfire, Ankara and Black Widow are kind of our two most standard maps, right? So you take those out of the pool, and immediately you know you're going to have some wonky fun on these three maps. So very much looking forward to it. I'll be curious to see if we can even get to Port on this one. And yeah, it's going to be interesting as well to see Golden V and their strategies on Subbase now without FaZe. I remember them being a very strong team on that map, but we'll see how things have changed, at least for this tournament. And it looks like we do have this first map ready and loaded up for this second match. So Penta Sport up against Golden V. Let's hop on to Compound for the first map of the match.
Okay, so here we go. Golden V are on the blacklist side, starting us off with Penta Sports over on the Global Risk side. What are we going to see here? We have Pipe Entrance being heavily contested right now, heavily pushed on by GV. But again, we see this time and time again. The very first map between the teams, they're kind of just feeling each other out, looking for as much information as we can get as they continue the push up into A.
Yeah, and this map is kind of a crazy one. Some of the rotations that you can pull off on this map, especially if the Global Risk side gets offensive and aggressive, it's kind of crazy. And that's why I actually love to cast it, because you see some of the incredible rotations and plays. I feel like some of the strategical minds of Crossfire really get to shine on this map.
Oh, Chills actually goes the wrong way. He's not looking at anyone right now. The backside of them is completely exposed. He does turn around though, so he is now looking in the direction of Golden V, but he's going to have a lot of work to do. There's 4 against 2, and the rotation from Penta needs to be good. As Jin goes down instantly, Chills gets one with the pistol, but CRS takes him out. Rain gets CRS down though. It is 3 versus 3.
Yeah, nice couple of kills, especially that pistol kill from the side of Chills. I mean, they knew immediately where he was, but still able to get some good work down. But now Creeds does go down, but 7 able to get a couple of kills on the entry there, the re-entry. So Golden V do start off strong. I feel like Penta Sports weren't really ready for that long A push.
Yeah, the A side push did seem to catch them very off guard, because the defense on Penta Sports was very static. It was very focused around like double pillars, around that kind of B area. But I mean, Golden V just went straight for A, and it looks as though this time round they're still trying to decide which way to go, because it looks as though Penta are making the change they needed, what would have helped in that first round, because everyone now is over on the A side. This might be the opportune time for Golden V to go towards B. They're in double pillars right now. Will they be able to push through?
Yeah, Penta Sports mostly just passive. They do have 3 guys in mid, though. Do see some nice GR mid pushes from time to time. Lots of grenades thrown as well, but yeah, just mostly trying to cover a lot of the angles there on mid, kind of expecting some mid pressure to come out of Golden V here.
Yeah, it looks as though A is the target, but they drop the C4 again, this time in the central plaza, just handing it up. And can they get angles on? Nice flash coming out. 1 down already. CRS gets Rain. Favor gets Chills. And things are going all GV, all Golden V at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, this is a clean one as well. Finally, 7 is going to be the first casualty, but it does not matter as the rest of the team is able to clean up once again onto that A site. And the pushes have been very calculated. You know, they wait a while, they try to get some information, and then they make a decision. And the flashes are on point as Chills this time looking to take it to GV.
Yeah, this time very aggressive in his defense. Trying to get that angle with the sniper, with the Orm. But is going to back away slowly towards B and rotate through the base. Looking like he's going to go take a quick peek down A. See how things are going over there. And then eventually, you know, maybe move back over. But again, a very slow start by Golden V in these pushes. They're playing very defensive as an opening and then a very aggressive finish.
Yeah. I feel like it's a good way to play this map on Blacklist because if you don't play defensive and somebody rotates on you, like an aggressive push comes out, you can just be caught totally off guard. There's so many different angles to watch from there. So you just wait. If they don't get aggressive, then you just push onto one site, and it's rough for the defenders in that case. So let's see how this push goes.
CRS is flashed up. He is carrying the C4. He's leading the charge right now. Over to over to the Global Risk base. But is slowly now. Oh, this is a great move. Pushing into A. They instantly get Jin down, and they have full control over the A site as 7 takes out Chills. And the rest of the defense, rest of Pentasports, are looking to retake A, but that's going to be a very difficult ask because, I mean, Golden V know where they're coming from. Rain does pick up 1. 7 takes out Terror. It's 1 against 4. Now 1 against 3.
And 22 seconds left. Rain, he's been solid with the shots, but you gotta make a move now, man, and it's not gonna be enough. Just covering all the angles here, and once again, it is clean from Golden V. Rain was trying to be the hero, but man, that's 3 dominant rounds in a row. I feel like Golden V are clearly very well practiced on this map.
Yeah, it does seem to be one of their favored maps. And they're probably just happy it got through the ban phase more than anything else, because now they get to show what they're made of. They can show how good they are on this map. And when you get that momentum going, it just snowballs sometimes. And it looks as though that might be what's happening for Golden V. Pentasports need to stop this leak. They need to stop leaking these rounds and at least get 1 or 2 of their own. But it just doesn't look like it's going to happen right now.
And this time around, Pentasports, they push into double pillars. And you can see that the retake is already being set up here just a bit as HCZ is trying to get the shots down. Terror at least will be able to pick up 2 as 7 now has the angle onto him and is able to win that firefight at least. But this is Pentasports. It's been their closest round at least, and it is even 3-3.
Yeah, and all the hit points are relatively equal too, so it's as square as it's going to get when it's 3 versus 3. And now there's a decision for Golden V. Which way are they going to go? It looks as though they might be looking to go through double pillars up into that B site. And that might be the play right now because the rest of Pentasports, they're sitting over on A.
Yeah, they're not really prepared for this, and it can be pretty rough. I mean, he's down in the servers there, you can see, which might give him some chances to delay, but he's also got the AWM, so this is like, it's going to be really difficult to land any shots. He's kind of left alone to cover this. Finally, his team is coming over. Jin will be in position to help out.
Yeah, Rain is trying to get the wraparound, but Chills and Jin, absolutely massive defense there, and Jin finishes it off with the pistol. Nice round there for Pentasports.
Yeah, good timing on the defense. You know, it looked like it was going to be just barely late. And if you can get the bomb down there, it can be so difficult to retake into those servers. But they're able to get over. A little bit of a delay comes in from Golden V. And now Penta, they want to get in there once again. Chills is able to open up with the snipe down mid. They have taken control of this central plaza.
They have indeed. We can see a very deep Rain here. He's going to get the drop on Creeds. That was patient as anything. And oh my word!
This guy is kind of insane.
7 is the last man standing. It's 1 against 4. Not only does he have to pick up the C4 and get it down, he also has to try and finish 4 very healthy Penta Sports players. And he just can't do it. Terra gets the kill there on 7, wraps it up for Penta Sports. And just like that, it's 3-2. Momentum definitely going Penta Sports' way right now.
Yeah, a couple of nice plays. I think Penta's having a lot of luck being aggressive, actually. You know, Golden V, it looked like they were really setting up a bunch of defensive angles to try to stop this aggression, but a couple of times Penta calls their bluff, and they've been able to win those early firefights on the aggressive play. And you can see now GV is playing even more scared, throwing out some early flashes around the double pillars in Central Plaza area just to gain control, and that might hurt them later on.
Well, the reason is Chris managed to get a nice grenade on both Rain and Chills as they were coming through the top of that Central Plaza, and that instantly caused them to turn around. They took a little bit too much damage, and they want to take a fight that's in their favor. Oh,
what?
Snox is down. Chills, absolutely bone-chilling snipe there from the box. He did have the sight just as he was falling backwards, as he was dropping off the top of the box. Looks back around, sees a little peek, takes a shot, and gets Snox for his troubles.
Creates a nice little fight there. It's going to make things a little bit easier for his team. As you can see, they're going to throw a couple of smokes even into this A site. Maybe force a rotation out of Penta Sports. Still a minute to go, and they have 2 members in mid looking to push and flank.
Yeah, Penta Sports are in a decent position to try and defend, but it looks as though they're still expecting a rotation over onto B. As we can see, Terra is actually rotating down through there, pushing up into A, and now they're going to have to retake as Favor and Creeds both take a Penta Sports player each. As Chris does go down, Favor goes down as well. Terra absolutely terrorizing right now. Golden V might just be on a bit of a back foot here. I just don't think they're going to be able to do it.
They're going to go for the spray, though, and that is going to be enough. Creeds gets that low health member of HZZ after 7 was able to put a couple of bullets in there. They had that nice long A plant, and you saw that they were going to be forced through that door if they wanted to get the defuse. You can see now Penta once again, they're looking to peek down mid, see what they can see before we do get started on this round.
Yeah, and they don't really get to see much. Like, neither team getting the information they need here. Chills, if he's a little bit more patient, he might be able to get... Ooh, almost got in the shot there through the tiniest of gaps. But 4 members hanging around that Central Plaza make it almost 5, like, if you include the guy at the bottom. Like, playing very centrally right now, and it looks as though the rotation is going to come into A. Will they be able to breach the A entrance and plant that bomb before Penta Sports can get the rotation on the defense? Because they're all the way over at B, over in double pillars, basically at this point. It's going to be 3 against 3. Snox leading the charge. Favor just behind.
Jin is looking to poke here. He gets some great information. Has to trade some of his health for it, but now, you know, you got to funnel through that one little choke on A long. But Rain is able to come on in and flank a couple of members, and that might just be enough for Penta.
Yeah, Penta. Great rotation there. Reading the plays, knowing that they're probably going to try and come in from both angles, waited patiently, and were rewarded massively in that round. Penta Sports just take it with ease. It is 4-3, and this right now is incredibly close between these 2 teams as we see a big Central Plaza push coming through on the side of Golden V as they take out Chills with next to no effort, and now they're pushing over into A. The rotation is there. Jin takes out Chris. 7 though, he gets Rain. Snox gets Jin. Terra takes down 7. And it's 3 against 2. Golden V have a 1-man advantage. Make that a 2-man advantage. Trying to find the angles is Terror, but he's going to have to reload soon. Doesn't manage to get any hits in there and is taken down Golden V come back strong and make it 5-3.
Yeah, Golden V once again showcasing their strong Blacklist side here on Compound. And they were able to get quite the nice push in there. Just totally catching Chills off guard in the Central Plaza there. Just a very swift push this time around. They've been playing it a little bit slow. And, you know, you got to change up the pace from time to time. Otherwise, your opposing team, your opponent will, of course, read into exactly what you're doing. And Penta was doing that pretty well, but now it feels like it's back into the favor of GV. And let's see, you know, a 6-3 would be fantastic for Golden V if they could pick that up on Blacklist.
We can see this is a very slow and calculated push by Golden V here. Taking it a lot slower than before, but still hanging around that Central Plaza, so probably going to try to make the push into A if they can, but smokes are out, vision is nowhere. Terra gets Chris. And that's it. That felt like an engagement that would get a lot more done here for Penta Sports, but they only get one, and now they lose one in return. And Favor takes Rain and Terra out. And Golden V again with the advantage.
Yeah, they're going to get a push in here onto A. They have 7 looking for the flank as well. Behind the wall, Snox is able to get the shot with the pistol. And now Chills with the AWM, not going to help him much here. He has to charge in with his own Colt, and that is not going to work. And now AGZ, one of the players that hasn't been having too much luck for his team, is not going to win the 1v4. So another Blacklist win for GV going into the half. You got to like their chances.
They are looking solid right now. Penta Sports have a lot to do, but you know, sometimes that switch insides will just get you those 6-7 wins in a row, because the map is kind of favored towards the Blacklist side.
And they're looking to bring that favor into the half, into the swap. Penta, they do love their Central Plaza play on both sides.
And they're going to make a push. Chris gets Terra, Jin gets Chris though. Creed takes out HCZ and Jin before falling to Rain. And this is not the situation I think they wanted to find themselves in. It's 3 against 2.
Yeah, and it's rough once again. I mean, Chills, he's been bringing the AWM into every single round, but at the same time, sometimes, especially on this A site, you can have some trouble in these close quarters in that kind of office area. And you can see, you know, he has to take kind of a back angle, and his team is Rain is going to bring the bomb.
Oh,
or
they're
actually, it's
rotating
Chills.
into B.
Yeah, they're going to B, and I think that's the right decision here.
Absolutely genius rotation there. Quietly move over. Rain manages to get Snox. Can he get any more? We can see the rotation coming through double pillars here by Favor. He's going to try and get the drop. 7 with the grenade on Rain. Chills gets the drop, gets the bomb down. Can he hold? It is 2 against 1. It is Chills against 7 and Favor. AKs against AWM in this real close quarter within the servers. And Chills is taken out. It is really difficult with the AWM on this map unless you're fighting down Central Plaza, because you just find it very hard to get those angles correct. And once you're in servers, the AWM doesn't really do much.
Yeah. I think I've only seen like one play where I forget who it was. Maybe it was 40. He just got a couple of flick shots in between the servers, and he was able to clutch it like 1v2. That doesn't happen every day, right? Like, that's just not a play you can expect. There's a charge in through the pillars, comes out. As it's kind of going back and forth here, but Jin and Chills pick up a couple of final kills, and now it's up to Creeds to try to clutch the 1v3.
Yeah, the 1v3 is very difficult. The bomb is going towards B, but Creeds is going to be able to get the drop here, I think. I don't think they know where he is. It's a one-man show. And sometimes finding that one man is incredibly difficult, especially when you split up. But no, HCZ has the sights on Creeds, closes it up for Penta Sports, and that makes it 7-4.
Yeah, I think he was able to get some tag onto him onto B, and a great grenade comes through. Not much you can expect from Creeds in that situation. As a little boost comes in here, Chills looking over the top, seeing if he can get some nice preliminary kills before the round even, technically starts. But not able to find anybody. GV playing pretty far back on the sites at the moment.
Yeah, very, very deep right now is Jin. I mean, where are they going? Because it looks as though there's going to be a fake push here through double pillars. Maybe 4 and send the 1 over to A, but that's very risky. There's 3 currently defending A on the side of Golden V. So Penta have to try and find a way to, push through and make sure that C4 gets planted, because that central plaza now could end up being like no man's land. All it'll take is one person to sit there and wait for the rotation on that C4, and that C4 will be stuck. It'd be almost impossible to pick up. We see a rotation coming through on Penta Sports now, trying to just give the cover needed to bring that C4 over to the B side. But maybe a change in tact here. Maybe they're just going to go straight up central and then rotate into A. But they might be caught out. Chris is waiting there. He is blinded. They don't know where he is, I don't think. He might be able to wrap around the back. It's Brace coming out. Terra is down. Snox is down as well. Everyone is going down. Sorry, Snox is still up. 7 went down, and that is absolute domination from the side of Golden V.
Yeah, I kind of liked the strategy there for Penta, but the shots were just not landing, especially Rain. He was on a very crucial kind of flank angle. They were not watching that door. He was not able to land his spray. And, it was a little bit late in the round. His team had already died, but potentially if it was a little bit sooner, a little bit, more accurate in that moment, could have turned the tides. But Golden V stands strong, and Penta looking for another angle in here. I feel like that initial push onto B was not very convincing.
Yeah.
It almost took too long.
It looks like they're trying the same thing again here, because we can see the C4 started off over on the A side, started up in that pipe, and then rotated across Central Plaza, which is incredibly risky, because if someone gets the drop on that, just that slightest of angle through Central Plaza, you can leave the C4 in a place where the firing zone can just completely take you out. But there's 3 over on B right now. C4 still in the center, so it could go either way. But 3 defending A, 2 defending B. Can Golden V close this one out?
Golden V are playing so far back in the servers that Chills is having difficulty spotting anyone. He's like, I want to snipe something. Please give me a target. And just nobody shows. And they kind of run out of time. He finds one now. He's not able to land the shot. Favor gets one. So does Creeds. And Creeds has been so solid so far on this map. Chris able to help out. And now this push has been mostly thwarted.
4 against 2. Make that 4 against 1. 4 very healthy players on the side of Golden V. The snipe is missed. Tried to finish off with the pistol, but no can do. And that is that. Golden V take it.
This is looking like a 10-4. We already had 2 10-4s from Lazarus over Team Myth. And Golden V looking incredibly strong on this map. They do love their compound, and it is working out incredibly well. And a bit of a push from them through the double pillars. They're going to get a lot of information. They see nobody, as they might run into them in the Central Plaza if they dare to push forward.
Yeah, it's not just about that, though. The wrap around could come, and then they could catch Penta completely unaware, because they have no idea right now where Golden V are. They assume there's defensive positions, but if they rotate through double pillars and across through to Central Plaza, they will get the complete drop on Penta. They're all forward. We see 2 rotating, trying to get through Central Plaza to get the drops. Terra takes out Chris. Creeds takes out Rain. And Jin pistols Creeds down.
Yeah, I feel like Creed's just trying to get as much work done with that pistol as possible. As now the retake looking to come in through the Central Plaza. Nice shot from Favor. These GV guys are so on point. Snox, though, not covering his flank. As Favor is looking to spare the blush, is able to pick up one, but HCZ and Jin get the job done for Penta Sports.
Yeah, that makes it 9-5. Golden V have the advantage. They're basically on map point. But it looks as though Penta might just have the number down right now. Can they get enough on the bounce to take us to those tie breaks? It's going to be interesting. Big fight over at double pillars right now. One down on each side. 7 gets down HCZ. Snox takes out Chills. And Golden V look as though they have this one nicely wrapped up.
Yeah, all they need to do is just put the bow tie. I don't think you put a bow tie on a present. Whatever it is you put on top, little bow. And Jin is trying to he's trying to open that present a little bit early. It's like Christmas Eve, and he's like, oh, I want to, take an early look. As Rain now has been solid, but a little bit spotty, right? He has some incredible rounds and some where he falls a little bit flat. We'll see if he can get the job done here, as they do know that at least Rain is over on this angle.
Yeah, they're trying to peek B, trying to just bring people over so maybe they can sneak a plant onto A. It's very difficult for Penta. They're in a very tight spot right now because if they go A, there's still one man there. Creeds is at full health on that spot, just defending it, and he can hold that pretty much on his own because you know the rotation isn't going to be able to come from Rain. So Jin decides to back up. Looks as though he's still sitting Central Plaza, trying to catch any rotations as he makes his way across. Throws out the grenade. No one's going to be there. Smokes up A entrance. But this is very tactical here by Penta. They have a lot of work to do. They don't have many resources available to them. Can they get it done? Down in the servers are Golden V. The shots start firing. Penta looking for that spot. 1 down, 1 left. Jin is the last man standing.
He doesn't have much health here, 68. He gets the flank there onto 7. Spots Snox, but it's only 15 seconds left, and he will go down as Golden V will pick up the 10-5 victory on Compound, an extremely dominant victory.
Yeah, that almost looked too easy for Golden V that time round. I mean, even the games they lost felt considerably closer than they should have been. Like, Golden V played that phenomenally. We're going to have to see if they can do it in the next map, which is also one of the quirky maps that, teams like Golden V do like, which is Subbase.
We're going to take a look at some of the highlights there from map number 1. And, some really nice individual play from both Creeds and Favor. They were kind of the MVPs of the team. They had the most kills. And, great work on Blacklist. I feel like the tempo was really well controlled by the side of GB. But some big plays individually from the side of Rain and Chills as well. Take a look at this. Wow.
Stunning. I mean,
this one was, oh man. Like, how many times has he done this?
Too many clicks, man. Too many clicks. The guy was just on fire. But they really struggle. Both teams kind of struggle to get the AWMs active. Like, getting them activated, getting them in a position where they can control the play. This map doesn't really allow the AWMs to fully shine. So they found it very difficult. We do see those occasional pickoffs there like that. But the pistol play was incredibly strong.
I liked this play from Snox, the jumping pistol, finishing off that battle in the double pillars. You can see that, it's pretty dominant overall there from the side of Golden V. I feel like as a team, they did much better there in terms of their strategy and some of their pushes. Some of the communication looked pretty good, but here on Subbase, as you mentioned, another map where we have some crazy pushes down the A stairs. We have some really nice locker room play, and Golden V will be interesting to see how they handle this one. They're definitely looking for the 2-0 victory, if possible, to give themselves that best chance of, placing as highly as possible in this group.
Yeah, this is the kind of map where the C4 can end up kind of lost on the floor in a position where you're never really going to be able to pick it back up. So you have to go that team deathmatch style where when you are the Blacklist, you have to get all the kills possible because it's almost impossible sometimes to get that C4, especially when you're on stairs. Stairs is a very difficult place to recapture your C4. You've got AC, which, you know, if they're defending A properly, they're going to have eyes on, and you don't quite know where in A bottom they're going to be. It's a very difficult map to fully control. But if you know what you're doing, if you have the right ideas going forward, you can dominate this map. And I feel like Golden V might just be in the position to take this one by the horns and close out this map.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I feel like Chills is going to have a much better time on this map. There are many, and I mean a lot, of favorable AWM angles. You see that Creed's, as we mentioned, you know, FaZe no longer on this roster from, I believe he was still on the roster during the Invitational earlier this year. And Creed's just, you know, he used to pick up the AWM from time to time as well. Definitely knows his way around that gun. And he will be the one sniping on this map from time to time. So definitely look out for those battles between him and Chills.
Yeah, control room entry is going to be the contested point right now. As we have one in AC. Where are they going? It looks as though A is the push, but they don't quite want to go downstairs because that is always a risky play because you never know if someone's camping in that little corner, that little nook that is almost impossible to break. But the push is coming out through control room. Good smokes coming out. CRS does get Chills, but HCZ and Jin repay the favor. 7 gets Snox. 7 gets another in Terra. Creeds takes out HCZ. And it's 2 against 1. Coming down the stairs. Oh, he almost knows. Oh, what a double kill there by Rain. Penta make a huge statement.
Yeah, I mean, Rain is clearly this guy where sometimes he will just, I don't know, it's like he's got a homing missile aimed straight at your head. And yeah, I mean, incredible clutch plays we did see even on the first map where they kind of got stomped. But here, once again, a statement, as you put it. In the first round, he's like, oh, 1v2, no problem. I'll just headshot them both and move on with the victory. And that is going to be really nice here on the Global Risk side for them.
Yeah, so Blacklist have a decent amount of work to do. And they're still trying to decide. This is the one thing about this map. It is usually a very slow tactical map as both teams just try to gather as much information as they can. Because you make one wrong move into A and you can lose 2-3 players in that one push. If you make a wrong move up into B, you could be caught out completely. So both teams have to be very tactical as it looks as though the 5-man rush is coming into A. Everyone is down those stairs. They check the nook. No one is in the nook, so they're free to go. Grenades come flying in, and 7 takes out ACZ. And A side right now is completely in the Blacklist side. Golden V have 100% control.
And let's see how this retake is going to come on in, because it was a very passive positioning on this A site, and they didn't really have a way to stop that aggressive stairs push. So now it's going to be Penta running on down the stairs themselves. That's a nice snipe coming out from Chills to start. But now 17 seconds trying to land those shots. Favor, though, is defending excellently, as Chris will also pick up a kill and make that 2. So Golden V will strike back.
Yeah, instantly striking back. 1 for 1 right now. And that was just Golden V's kind of MO on this map. That full 5-man rush down into A just overwhelmed the site. And once that site's taken, it can be impossible to break through, especially if you're coming from B. Like, B is a very difficult rotation because you kind of do have to go through AC. If you go all the way around, it often takes far too long.
Yeah, it's very true. And saw Chills start off with a nice little peek here through these doors. And you can see it was just a pretty free kill there on to Chris before anything gets started here. So it's going to make this push even more difficult for Golden V. I would expect a stairs play. Try to catch them off guard. And it looks like they are going for it.
There we go. Oh, Snox is taken out by Chills with that pistol. And Chills is doing a massive job right now as all the grenades are coming in and all sight is blocked on the side of Golden V, and we can see the retreat is in full force, but they're moving up through control room. HCZ gets 7.
And this isn't really working out here. I feel like HCZ, this time around, he's doing a much better job of just controlling behind this little tanker here. As, wow, really nice flick. And make that 2. Creed's trying to open up the site for his team.
And bomb is down, and the rotation from B again is always tricky. It's an awkward rotation as we have one coming down into A bottom. The stairs though, the Nook is taken. Can they break the Nook? The Nook is so hard against these stairs to take, especially when you've got 2 people there. So they're going to try the wrap around as Rain tries to get it, but Creeds is the last man standing here.
And he's just trying to wait it out, trying to play behind the box and buy as much time as possible, and he gets the kill with only 2 HP. Creeds, what a fantastic ace play in that round to clutch it.
Yeah, breaking the... retaking A is so difficult when everyone needs to rotate from B. And just the clutch plays by Creeds. I mean, the guy is on fire tonight.
Yeah, he's been huge. Him and Favor on Compound, and now Creed's leading the charge for his team. Once again here, I mean, they were like 2 against 5.
Yeah.
And then he just got casually a couple of flicks, a couple of pickoffs, and then it was like, okay, now we have a round. Let's see what we can do.
See if Chills can read the play here properly. Looking down the vents, not going to see anything. But Snox might just be coming through. Got the kill almost instantly. Favor goes down. Chris goes down as well. Creeds takes quite a beating. 7 is also very, very low. But it is 2 against 1. And the stairs prove too much to take as Creeds takes Rain and gives Golden V another win. It is 3-1.
Yeah, I don't know what Golden V had for breakfast, but... This is some pretty insane play from them. I mean, one after the other. It's not even only Creeds, it's Favor. It's 7 in that last round, able to pick up a triple kill, just mowing people down. Makes it looks like they're the heavy favorites, but I mean, Penta definitely has gained a lot of favor over the course of this year, and a lot of people could have even considered this to be somewhat even. But yeah, I feel like we're returning to Golden V Golden days with this play.
Yeah, Penta really need to change something up. They need to figure out Golden V, because right now Golden V are just walking all over them. And it's really hard when you're Penta Sports to read what Golden V are doing, because every time they seem to be doing something a little bit different. But it's not just that. The gunplay from Golden V has been on point. They see something for half a second, it's dead. Whereas for Penta, they generally have these back and forth skirmishes with the AKs that just aren't working in their favor. They're getting some damage in, but they're losing a lot of health. They're not clicking properly. They're not getting the accuracy down. As you see, a nice drop here. Rain gets the drop on Snox, gets the drop on Chris, gets the drop on Favor. Absolutely massive rotation from Rain there. Gets the drop on 3, and it is 5 against 2. And that's 5 very healthy Penta Sports players who look as though they're going to bring this to 3-2.
I think it was just a great read from Rain. He's like, nobody's watching mid. I'm just going to run out here. He was absolutely right. Now, GV have pulled off some crazy plays, and Creeds is going to get the angle here on Jin, as everybody's kind of just rotating around the map. But the problem is that the C4 is down here, and that's going to be Rain that does pick up yet another kill, looking for the ace potentially for himself in this round.
Yeah, that C4 is basically dead. It's not going to be able to be picked up, and unless there's some kind of crazy play here by 7 where he can take 1 against 4, it was never going to happen. He had 10 seconds left to get 4 kills, and you could see they were just kind of spreading themselves out just so that didn't happen.
Yeah, so that is 5 kills and ace in that round for Rain. And it all started with that fantastic flank. And I'm sure that Golden V are going to be considering that now from now on, and some of their pushes will lose some power. As speaking of pushes, here's Penta Sports on the A Road.
CRS gets taken down. Favor takes out Jin, but HCZ takes out Favor in return. And a ceasefire is basically being called at this point. Both teams just kind of trying to find the rotation. The C4 is in a position where it can be repicked back up as the rotation into A comes through. No one is there on the side of Penta Sports, and if the C4 gets down, they have that very awkward rotation from B in front of them.
They have no idea.
Creeds, Snox, and 7 are still up, and Snox is down. Snox is not having a good map.
Yeah, a little bit rough for him. His team, though, as a whole, been looking good.
Oh, Creeds gets the drop on Chills as he was trying to rotate down through that A road. And now we can see it's 2 against 3, but this is a very, very difficult spot to take. A is so hard.
Yeah, it definitely can be. And you see that Creeds here, he's got the angle. There's really not that much time. 17, 16 seconds. Rain looking to charge down the stairs. Here's Terror and HCZ, and they will be able to do enough to get this defuse on time. So that is fantastic on the retake here from Penta, as they will be able to tie it up at 3.
Yeah, they've definitely upped the defense. They seem to be able to read Golden V a little bit more. But every time we say this, the Caster's Curse comes into play, and a couple of rounds go Golden V's way. So hopefully Penta Sports can keep this up, because this is great defending right now, and it's definitely going to give them the edge if they can continue this little run that they have going. And finishing this like with a slight advantage from the Global Risk side is massive.
Yeah, it would be pretty huge. You can see that Golden V, they've been trying some other strategies. But sometimes all you got to do is run down the stairs and take A.
Yeah, but sometimes running down the stairs is instant death, as we might see here as HCZ gets 1, but 7 takes HCZ in the rotation. Instantly comes in from Penta, trying to hold this A spot. Grenades come in, does actually connect there, but the C4 is planted. Stairs are protected. AC is the location of choice. They're going to get the angles down, but the sub is in the way. That's one of the big issues here. There's a lot of obstacles to go through. Snox takes out Terror. 7 gets Chills. Jin, though, takes out 7. It's 2 against 3. Jin gets Creeds takes out Jin. Rain gets 2. It's 1v1.
Oh, and it's going to come down to the pistols. All they got to do is land that headshot, but no, it's going to be Favor who does pick it up with the M4. Took a pistol shot as well. If he was a little bit lower, could have been the victory, actually, to Rain with another clutch round. But no, it will go into the hands of Golden V.
Yeah, this is much, much better from Penta Sports. A little bit unlucky in that round because, as you said, if like he'd have stubbed his toe on one of the boxes, he'd have taken a little bit of damage, and that would have been finished because the pistol play was on point. But unfortunately, you know, you can only do so much when you have less than 10
Now looking for the push here on the A road. He's going to get out there and actually pick up a kill. So nice little play from him. And that's going to be another kill onto Chris here. So kind of doing Chills' job for him.
Yeah, Snox is having an absolutely terrible day on this map. 1 and 7 thus far. And make that 1 and 8 goes down almost without a fight here, as Penta looking to close out at 4-4 because they are fully geared up. They're nearly full health against a Golden V that are kind of struggling right now. It looks as though they've kind of lost that groove that they got themselves into. Creeds is still fully up, 10 and 5. 7 is up, 9 and 5. So the two strongest players thus far for Golden V are up and operational. And Favor is no slouch either. Can he get something done here?
That's really the question. We've seen some rounds where 7 and Creed specifically here on Subbase have pulled it off 2v5, right? We just saw that a moment ago. That doesn't happen every day, but these guys definitely are pulling more than just their own weight. Flaunting KDAs of 2. And yeah, I mean, if it's going to be some of these players, it is going to be these 3 specifically for Golden V right now. So let's see what they can do.
And look at this. Penta actually knowing that Golden V are definitely favoring that A site, have left B pretty much unprotected. The 7 does get chills. The drop is there, but Terra gets Creeds. Terra takes out Favor as well.
That was really huge. I mean, if he was seen, there was a chance. You know, starting off with a headshot there from 7 on the push was nearly enough to make that play happen, but not quite. As Terra gets a nice little angle there around the bars.
Yeah, it is all tied up 4-4. Who will take the advantage going into the swap? Both teams kind of figuring each other out. The C4 is dropped. Corner of that A road. Bit back and forth shooting here. No real connections though. CRS does take a little bit of damage, but nothing really to write home about. There's, you know, a lot of smokes coming out, just filling that corridor, making sure that nobody can see anything. And CRS looking to make a little bit of a push up the control room entry. But again, nothing really getting done. No real activation here from either side. B is very much unprotected again as Rain takes out 7, who was trying to get a sneaky peek into what's going on at B. And the rotation, the pincer is there. Terra gets Favor. Chris gets Terra though. Snox finally takes out Rain. And the bomb is down. Golden V might just be able to take this advantage because B is also a particularly tricky spot to try and retake.
Yeah, especially Chills with this AWM. Not going to be doing him any favors here. He's trying to find that angle, and Snox actually going to spot him here. But yeah, really not a lot of time. They got to make some moves. And what are they going to be able to do? Creeds with another headshot, make that 2. And he gets, okay, no, Chris going to be able to pick up that kill, but still a fantastic round there. Golden V pick up the advantage going into the half.
Yeah, but 5-4 is such a slender advantage when you do swap sides. So, gonna see how it plays out for the Global Risk team here because they need to make things happen. They need to close this out because if these pushes are thick and fast, which is what is happening right now with Penta on A, Terra with a double kill, they might just be able to bring this up and close it out because Blacklist is so strong on this map when they get going. Terra again, taking out Creeds.
Yeah, Terra hasn't been having the greatest map, but he's shown up big in a couple of rounds, right? When they need him most.
Oh, Chills with the snipe on Chris. There's 1 remaining, and 7 does go down to HZZ, and it's 5-5.
Yeah, just like that. Pretty swift push. 7 wasn't able to hold them off down the A stairs. And sometimes it's really hard because it's a split-second decision, right? If you peek around the tanker and they're all in your face and you just get headshot, it's pretty rough. But if you can kind of hold that spot and wait for your teammates in AC, it can actually be a very crucial position. But it really comes down to milliseconds on when you peek and if you can land your first shot yourself. So not a envious job by any means.
Yep, a lot of rotations coming in. Trying to fake the B push, but no bite on the side of Golden V. They don't rise to that. So we can see A might be the favored push here, but the C4 is at the back, so they're going to have to go and pick that back up before deciding on which route they're going to take. Right now, 4 over on A. They might just be looking to go for the team deathmatch route here and just clean up. C4 is finally picked up, and the rotation does look as though it is going... C4 is going up to B. Favor takes out HZZ. Rain gets Favor, though, so it's 1 for 1. But Rain is very low right now.
Yeah, not going to be easy for them to get the plant. You can see a couple of members even rotating. Snox does go down, but not before Creed takes out Jin. And That low health bar on Rain could be big. Big rotation now through the road, trying to make their way into the control room. So you see they want to take their way into the B site.
Chills manages to take one, takes two with the pistol. Chris and Seven both go down, and that is a big pistol play there by Chills.
Well, that's going to be a simple one, going the way of Creeds. This is the most clutch member we have seen on Golden V so far. 1 against 2, and one of the 2 is very low, but he's just going to get shot in the back. Nice little flank coming around the side there from Rain. And Penta with a couple in a row now, they finally take the lead.
Yeah, this is the first time in this match that Penta have managed to claw a lead. It is 6-5. It could not be closer between these two teams at this point. B does look as though it is going to be the target. They're going to have a little bit of a feeler over on B. Are they going to be able to get the kills that they need from B? Because if they get a kill and there's a big rotation from Golden V, that does kind of open up the C4 route down into A. But again, a little bit of footsie between the two teams right now, trying to just find the gaps, find any misplaced players, anyone who slightly peeks a little bit too far, who a little bit slow going across those doors. That's all it's going to take for one member to go down. So they're playing very, very defensively right now. As they push
their time.
Oh. A little bit slow there.
Yeah. Someone took a shot.
I think it was Chills.
And yeah, I mean, hanging around the road here. Looks like maybe we're just going to go the old reliable run down the A stairs and see what happens.
Chills gets CRS. Chris Terra takes out Favor. Jin takes out Creed. Snucks, though, with the pickup. Does get the double kill here on Terra and HCZ. Can he make it 3?
Snox was so clutch to get that, and now he's going to open up a chance for 7 to clutch himself. Man, it was 2 against 3. And even worse for GV, but now there is a chance. The rotation is coming in towards B site as Chills is really holding down this angle, though.
Will the head pop up? Will Chills be quick enough? It looks as though the head is coming. Does he get the shot? No, he decides. He misses that shot, actually. I thought he decided not to pull the trigger, yeah. Now, 7 goes down. Jin takes it. And Penta now 2 up in this. This is as back and forth as it could possibly be between these two teams.
Yeah, Penta with a gigantic push, and GV have had enough. They're just going to push down the middle here. And 7 is just taking names one after the other. He gets 4 kills, as Favor will be able to pick up the last one. And man, 7 and the rest of his squad, they just got angry. They needed to release that frustration.
And it worked effortlessly. That was insane. Don't back Golden V into a corner, I guess, because then they'll just come and run out like that. But there's a nice person coming here. See our Chris and 7 get the kills as expected when you have that crossfire going on between the two of them. And it's 5 against 3. And everyone is pretty much full of health.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Penta maybe going for the unexpected play, go exactly where your 2 teammates just got slaughtered. Chris is holding this angle. He's going to be able to receive a lot of information here. GV only sending Favor down to the A site. And now Chris can give that information to his team.
You could see how hesitant they were to push where their 2 teammates died because they were afraid of a very similar crossfire situation with 2 players shooting past each other. But Jin takes Chris. That's pretty big.
That's going to be huge. And you can see, you know, their entire position given up. They're deciding to rotate back, and Snox is all the way around behind them. They did not expect this. Really nice spray comes down, and he's able to take down 2. As only HCZ left, and a quick shot with the pistol is going to tie things up. Golden V makes it interesting to tie at 7.
That was an amazing rotation for Snox, and he's had a pretty rough map, but able to clutch it out there, and that might just give him that little bit of pep in his step as he continues on in this. And I mean, a Snox who's on fire is definitely a Snox nobody wants to go against, because Golden V can definitely pull it out and finish this up, as they've come back from 2 down to tie us up at 7-7. A-Road looks as though it's going to be a little bit of an engagement here as Chills tries to push around the stairs, but there are 2 at the bottom. Favor and Snox are there.
That was a crazy amount of damage with that one grenade. It was almost one person's worth of health. It chipped down both HEZ and Chills to half health, and it immediately stopped the A push. They were trying to peek, Chills was, with the AWM there, but no dice for him. And they will look to push here through the machine room into the lockers.
Yep. And at lockers, they're going very, very slowly. They're afraid of a situation that they ran into before. But look at this. They get the pin to themselves. HCZ takes out Chris. Creeds, though, gets HCZ. 7 takes down Terror. But Jin takes out 7, who has been so strong with a grenade. So now it is 3 against 3. Make that 2 against 3. Penta, Rain, and Jin still up. But Favor, Snox, and Creeds are still available on the Golden V side, but Creeds is super low.
He is definitely incredibly low, but so is Rain. You can see some shots going out now. Favor's low on his health bar. Everybody's basically on the brink of death here. So Creed's going to switch to the M4 pretty intelligently, as that rate of fire will help him out in this situation. You see, actually, Jin is just leaving with the C4. 20 seconds left. He's going to come back to his teammate.
Yeah, Snox was, I think, caught there by that grenade. I'm not quite sure, but they're going to have to push eventually. And Rain is the last man standing. He goes down as well. And Golden V, they take the lead back from Penta Sports.
Yeah, pretty streaky from both sides, right? And it all changed after Golden V just ran down mid and looked for blood. Ever since then, I don't think they've lost a map in the last 3. They have been on a nice little roll for themselves. And we saw just like a little bit of the wind taken out of the sails of Penta. I feel like their pushes are not hitting as hard. They have been denied and just totally ignored the A stairs push. They've been looking for some more tricky ones that have been thwarted time and time again.
Yeah, sometimes that big defensive push, but CRS gets Rain. CRS makes 2 with Terror, but Jin gets Creeds. Jin takes Chris as well. Chills gets 7, and the pendulum has swung back the other way, as Penta Sports do have 3 on the board, but Chills and Jin are super low, and HCZ is not particularly healthy himself as they get the bomb planted. C4 is down. Favor and Snox have a lot to do here, but that's the start of it.
So many low health bars. Chills in his AWM would really help out here, but Snox is able to get 1. Jin against Favor. Can he land that last shot and win this for his team? Jin in the corner. He sees him and he gets the shot. Favor will clutch it and bring Golden V to 9 rounds.
This is just insanity right now. Could it be any closer? Could it go the full way? It is 7-9. Penta Sports, Golden V. Golden V with that one massive push all the way down through the central square. And it just broke morale of Penta Sports, who've been struggling to come back since. But that is a good answer. 7 taken down by Chills, but Chris takes down Chills in return.
We're definitely going to see that on the highlight reel. Didn't quite get to see it there in live, but man, that was a quick flick. You would have to imagine from the side of Chills. Just trying to get aggressive, trying to take some risks here when everything is on the line. You got to admire it, but Penta need 2-round wins in a row to bring it to tiebreakers. And GV has just been so solid.
Yeah, it's just all coming up Golden V right now. If they win this, it is all over as Creeds takes down Jin. Who's up next? Creeds is on an absolute tear, but Chris gets down Terror. HCC gets Snox. Rain gets Chris. Rain gets Creeds. It's 2-on-1. Can this be the comeback Penta need to get back in this game? And it is. 8-9.
Favor was able to pick off Rain there. I thought maybe he was going to clutch it, but it was actually really nicely handled. They heard him running in, trying to capitalize on the bomb plant timing, and that was just enough to 2v1 him down. The guns strong there for Penta under so much pressure. They really want to try to win this one here.
And now you can see Penta are playing very, very cautiously. They know if they lose, it's all over. But I mean, Golden V don't want to kind of rock the boat too much, because if they lose this, it is that tiebreak situation. And I don't know if they're going to be able to win it, because it's been back and forth. When Penta get 1 or 2, it ends up 4 in their favor. And then, you know, Golden V come back and score 4. It's so back and forth.
Sills almost hit that. Oh, no, I think he actually did. Must have been through the wall.
Yep.
Creed's super low.
Yeah, well, the whole of Penta is super healthy.
All right, let's see it. Looks like potentially all reliable here. The push down the ace stairs. Snox and Favor in position if they were to go for this push.
Might be faking it out, though. Because, I mean, Golden V have the position to defend stairs, right? They have this A site kind of cordoned off. But it looks as though they're going for Shutter into the AC, into the control room. Going down the stairs here. As ACC gets Favor. 7 takes out Terra. Chills takes out 7. Creeds gets Chills. And the bomb is down.
He's got the AWM. He's looking for a pickoff before they go for the retake here. It's not going to be easy 2v3 in this situation. And Creed's just not sure how that happens, but Chris now trying to get in there, and he's not going to be able to pull it off. So we will have tiebreakers, as Penta will be able to win a couple of rounds in a row and to go ahead and force the tiebreakers.
Yeah, it's 9-9 right now. This is insanity. How close? This could not be any closer. I was going to say, how could it be closer? But
well,
these two teams have been trading blows on this map back and forth. The first map looked like we were going to go, you know, this was going to be a nice, easy sweep for Golden V.
Yeah.
But Subbase has been an absolute story. One team goes 2 ahead, the other team goes 2 ahead, the other team goes ahead. Then, like, there's this massive push by Golden V straight down the middle. Favor looks as though it's swinging to Golden V. Penta kind of pick themselves back off the floor after losing all that morale from that gigantic push down the central square. And we're all tied up.
We're all tied up, and the only way it can get closer is if we do go to that awesome golden round. And I don't know, how close it is and how close today's games have been in general, it kind of feels like that vibe is in the air.
Yeah.
We're just going to have like multiple tiebreakers, multiple golden rounds. We've had a lot of them in the history here of Crossfire. And yeah, for you guys who are waiting, of course, we do have to remake the lobby and get the tiebreakers going.
Yep.
Do 3 rounds on one side and then do it once again, 3 rounds on the other side.
So we're just waiting for the, the map to start. I mean, it's so hard to find that difference between these two teams that's going to push them through these tie breaks, right? Because we can't really tell who's going to win this. This map has been so back and forth that we can't possibly put our necks on the line and say, okay, I think Golden V are going to do it. Because despite how strong they looked, Penta have rose to the occasion on this map time and time again.
Well, they're going to swap once again. Golden V here, this time on Blacklist for the first 3 rounds of the tiebreaker. Let's see how this one is going to go. I feel like GV has been favoring this A site a lot more. And you can see 4 members potentially looking to push in here. They get the smokes down, HZZ in position, but Chills gets that initial snipe through the smoke on the A road.
Can he get more? Not right now. It looks as though he's going to back up and just, you know, regroup. But Stairs does look like it's going to be breached. Snox gets 2. HCC and Chills instantly down with those headshots. And Snox with a 3rd on Jin. Snox has shown up for this tiebreak situation. And they get the bomb down.
He, you know, he's trying to redeem himself. He's like, well, you know, when there's less pressure and we're winning, I'm not going to do so well. But when it's tiebreakers, here I come. 3 kills right from the get-go. And then I cast or curse him. Rain able to get 2.
Yeah, Rain might be able to play the no U card here because that's 2 down. And he's still up. 7 does get Terror, though. It's 2 against 1.
7 seconds. That's not going to be enough. Creed's able to get that headshot. Golden V will start off strong here from the Blacklist side.
Okay, so now we're going to see what they can do. A very quick scouting mission through Machine Room here. Leaving just 1 person there taking the look. 7 is going to keep eyes there as we see a little bit of a engagement happening, but not much damage getting done. Chills trying to get those angles, see if he can see through the smoke. Doesn't catch anyone at the moment. As Chris, Snox, and 7, I think, are all in line. Oh, a little bit too slow on the trigger is Chills, and that's going to just basically announce where he's looking and where he is. So he's going to have to back out just ever so slightly. Doesn't get the hit again on that sniper. Not very accurate this time round. As Favor is... I think he smelled blood. I think Favor wants to go for this.
Doesn't necessarily have to, but as you mentioned, he's looking for the challenge. Chills right there, and Favor will win the firefight in flashy fashion.
So that's 1 down, 4 to go. Golden V might be able to just, you know, take it here, go 2 up. But still, there's so much left of this. There's 1 minute left and the bomb goes down. With Favor and Chris actually have a lot to say about that as they take out Jin and Terror. Back and forth firefight here as Rain does take out Favor, but at what cost? Absolute just spray and pray there by the look of it.
He took a lot of damage himself as well as HCC tries to push in, is able to pick up 1 kill, but Snox takes out the most valuable member, and that is going to be enough. Pistol kill to finish it off. And Golden V now 2 rounds away from taking this.
But as you said, we might go down to that golden round. Go all the way because this has been very back and forth, very streaky as you mentioned earlier. But we see a very aggressive defensive position here by Pentasports, looking to just kind of get the drops on their opponents, but I don't think they're going to fall for it. No, they pull out. A is completely left alone now. Going to try and find a new way through. Maybe even try to push B, which is sparsely defended.
It's just Rain up here with the super boost up in the lamp. And definitely not something you'll expect. It's kind of like a one and done kind of thing. He'll be looking for this first kill. And that, I think he might have seen the tip of the gun there. He'll wait.
Oh, the patience! The absolute patience here! Rain! Make it stop.
Well, Chris might be the thorn in their side, but he is pretty low on his health now. His grenade goes out. The C4 is also down over here in the lockers, so it Might be time for more of that spray and pray action, but nope. Perfect timing there on the defense. And that is going to be, of course, the round win going to Penta. So now we'll switch sides. We got to remake that lobby and see what can happen after we do that.
The patience shown there, just to wait for everyone to walk underneath you and get the drop. There's always that kind of feeling when you see someone go past. All right, I'm going to unleash on this guy. But the clarity to go, you know what? I'm going to chill here for a little bit more, see how many come through, and then just annihilate everyone. I mean, that deserves the round win on its own. I know it doesn't necessarily close it out, but it basically did.
Yeah, I mean, it gives them a chance, it gives you a little bit of breathing room, if anything. And everybody else on the team was very aggressively over on a road and in the hallway and trying to get in their face, but who knows what's going to happen now after a big round win from some saving from Rain. They switch sides, and Penta Sports now on the blacklist.
Yeah, it is 10-11. The game continues, and we can see that this is a pretty quick push up B. Not even scouting out A. Not even getting that information that they might need if they're going to try this push. It's 4 right now in lockers. Vision is impaired. 1 goes down. Chris takes out Rain. Creeds takes out Terra. Chris takes out Chills. Jin does pick up 7, but Chris finishes it out with 4 kills right now. What a round by him.
Yeah, huge clutch plays there. It was almost like he was stalking that last member like a bloodhound there, trying to get that last kill. And he was able to pick up 4 on the round. Hasn't necessarily been the most flashy player, but sometimes comes in the clutch. And Penta, they're going to run it back.
If it didn't work once, it might work a second time. Shots come in. Rain 7. Oh my word! Golden V. First it was Chris with the 4 kills, then it was 7 with the 4 kills, and that is a solid way to finish when you get to that tiebreak round.
Yeah, nice statement there. They're like, oh, you're just going to try to run it back? No. We have you read like a book. Totally in position to defend that once again, and the shots were so crisp. So many headshots from both Chris and 7. So congratulations to Golden V. They will pick up the first 2-0 victory here in this round robin.
Yeah, it didn't feel like a 2-0 with the back and forth we had on sub-base, but yeah, it is actually a 2-0. I mean, that was just insane. That whole back and forth between Golden V and Penta there was just sublime to watch, because every time one team did something special, the other team were like, yo, we can do that too. And they come out and get like the 4 kills. And then to finish it off with 4 kills for Chris and then 4 kills for 7. I mean, what can you even do? And I mean, look at them. Stone cold killers. They're barely, if that was me, I'd be popping off right now. If I was Favor, I'd be jumping on the bed.
Yeah. I mean,
just has a smile.
Probably getting to see them a little bit after the match actually ends, of course, but I'm sure they are super pumped, able to get the 2-0 victory, because of course, map wins are going to factor in, if both Golden V and Lazarus, let's say, for example, go 3-0, maybe that 2-0 can help them out here in this first map, or this first match rather. So Golden V, was expecting this to be pretty even. We did get down to tiebreakers here in the second map, but Golden V do end up being pretty strong and are looking to make their mark on this tournament.
Yeah, and it's a mark that goes in their favor. Like, they dominated the first map. Like, straight up, that was domination. They started kind of to try and do the same thing on sub-base, but then were pegged back every time. Every time they got a little bit of a lead, they were pulled back. And that back and forth exchange, like, you don't see it all the time. Usually one team will get 6-2, 6-3. Like, they'll be quite far ahead, and then it'll be pulled back, and then, we go to the tie breaks. This time round, Both teams were in touching distance of each other the whole way through. I love watching Subbase.
It's a great map.
It's such a fun map, and the games are always absolutely bonkers, as we just saw there.
Yeah, I don't know the actual stats, but I wouldn't even be surprised if we see the most tiebreakers on that map.
It's just such a fun map. It's so funnily laid out, and like, regardless of what side you're on, everything seems difficult. Like for both Blacklist and like Global Risk, it's such a difficult map to play at times.
Yeah. Well, Simon, we do have the interview ready, so we're going to hop into that and talk to one of the members of Golden V after their victory. So let's see. We are talking with today. Hello, Seven, once again. Nice to talk to you once again.
Hello, guys.
I feel like we're always chatting here at these tournaments, but you did get the victory. Pretty close second map, but it was a 2-0 after all. So how was it? How are you guys feeling after the dominant 2-0 victory?
Yeah, obviously we expected to win this match, and second map Subways we struggled a little bit. But in the end, doesn't matter, 2-0 win, and now we're looking forward to the matchups tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah, how do you feel about closing it out in that kind of fashion with the quadra kill, basically, back-to-back rounds? First Chris, and then I believe it was you, right, in the last map. How does that feel to close it out in such spectacular fashion?
Yeah, it was fun, I think, especially like the oldest of our team, like Creeds and me stepped up in this game. But you know, for us, it doesn't really matter. We have like Snox here as favor that can always carry us. So I think for us, it doesn't matter like who's the MVP of the match. In the end, we won because we have good team play, and every one of us can step up. So for me, it doesn't matter like who makes the 4K. Obviously, it feels good, but just focusing on tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to your matches tomorrow. And, of course, you do have Lazarus and Team Myth left. So who are you looking forward to facing? And who do you think is the strongest opponent that you will be facing tomorrow in one of those matches? And why do you think that?
Honestly, for us, it doesn't really matter. We just focus on ourselves. And I know when we step up and when we perform on our highest level, we're going to win both matches anyway. So for us, it doesn't really matter if it's Team Myth or Lazarus. If we perform, we're going to win both matches tomorrow.
Well, I certainly believe in that after watching the performance today. So thank you, Seven, for the awesome games. And, of course, thank you once again for the interview.
Yeah, thanks a lot. See you tomorrow, guys.
Yep, see you tomorrow. And, always great to talk with Seven. Definitely one of the leaders of the team, one of the older guys, as you mentioned, really stepping in when the pressure was high, and we obviously got to see that here, which was a really nice treat.
Yeah, I mean, just saying, like, you know, you just got basically 4 kills back-to-back from 2 different players, and, like, just being like, you know, it doesn't matter. Like, whoever finishes the map, finishes the map. Mm-hmm. It's nice, but that's such a mature response. Like, they could definitely qualify for the Worlds here. Like, going 1 up puts you 1 step ahead of Team Myth, of Penta. Mm-hmm. So you're already looking at possibly that 1-2 slot. I mean, they can definitely do it if they play like they did today against someone like Team Myth, who kind of struggled in the first match. If they do this against Lazarus, it's going to go all the way, and those 2 teams have history. I think Golden V beat them at Worlds last year for 5th place. Like, Golden V are just so good when they can turn it on.
Yeah, and we heard that confidence from Seven as well. He's like, yeah, obviously we expected to win this one. And, I know a lot of the other players and a lot of the other fans may have expected this one to be a little bit more even, but Golden V, absolute confidence in themselves. So we have one last match, Simon.
Yeah.
And,
what are you looking at me like that for?
I'm just excited to get into it, of course. But, guys, we are going to take a quick commercial break before we do get into that third match. So stay tuned. We will be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CFS Regional Final here for 2021. And so far, the games have been pretty hype. It's been very back and forth. We got one more match for you guys tonight. We have Lazarus up against Penta Sports. And Lazarus definitely the favorites coming into this one. What do you think, Simon?
100% the favorites after the way they dispatched Team Myth earlier and the way that Penta kind of struggled against Golden V. 100% you'd say Lazarus, especially after that back and forth on sub base against Golden V on the side of Penta. Like, that's demoralizing, going so close and then basically being shut out the way that they were.
Yeah.
It's going to be very hard for them morale-wise to come back into this, but you can definitely see they could do it. It's definitely possible that they could take down Lazarus Gaming. But Lazarus is so strong.
Yeah.
Like, so strong. So I'm not sure how they're going to do it, but there is a possibility.
There is a possibility. I think it'll come down to, I think they just need to reach another level, right? They need to look at their games against Golden V and see, what they did wrong, maybe take a little bit of time. It's rough because they have to play 2 matches in a row, but that's kind of the way that it goes for all the teams here, of course, as we're going to take a look at Lazarus and see their team and see what they've come to the tournament with.
Yeah, reintroduce the roster here. Awesome, 40, VZ, Niels and Loons.
Yeah.
Quality team. Awesome played amazingly earlier. Niels always there to just kind of pick up the slack if needed. 40 was on fire. The whole team were playing so well, and even Loons was like, when needed, he would come clutch.
See, they're all having a grand old time. I think getting the win over Team Myth, as Niels did say in his interview, that was really the biggest hurdle. That was their biggest opponents, they were saying, just honestly. And, especially after Golden V took the victory over Penta, you mentioned it's demoralizing. It's rough to bounce back from that, especially against what could be the strongest team in the entire tournament. And you gotta favor Lazarus here. But let's take a look as well at Penta Sports and see who they did bring along this time.
Yeah, it's Rain, Jin, HZZ, Terror, and Chills. Very interesting lineup. As we've mentioned, this is one of the few international lineups with people from multiple countries. You have Chills, who's from the UK, HZZ, who is from China. So didn't quite get it on point that first match, but the second match, maybe they'll get into the groove. Maybe they'll find that rhythm that they need. Maybe, they've learned a couple of strats from Golden V that maybe they could pull out at a pinch. And they are in a pinch right now, because if you go 0-2, your dreams of coming to the CFS finals here in Seoul are pretty much dashed before they even begin.
Yeah, it's rough. You put yourself behind the 8 ball. You would basically have to go into the final day and say, well, we got to climb the gauntlet against teams we already lost against. And, that's never it's never a good feel, of course. So they're looking to confidently take a win here. I mean, if they took down Lazarus, who knows what could happen? All bets are off, essentially, at that point. So they really got to step it up here, take it to the next level against Lazarus. It's not going to be easy, but that's why they're here at this tournament, because they made it through a lot of difficult situations. As we are going to take a look at the map ban pick now and see which maps we will have for this matchup.
So the first ban coming out from Lazarus, it is going to be Port. Subbase, and then Port is going to be banned from Penta Sports. So Subbase and Port banned. Set 1, Ankara. Set 2, Compound. And set 3, Black Widow.
There you have it. We'll have Ankara and Black Widow back into the pool. We'll see if we even get to Black Widow, as they got to get through Compound as the second set. So another match here on Compound. Excited for that when we do get to it. But first, we will have Ankara. Remember, Lazarus were incredibly strong on this map against Team Myth. We'll see if they can recreate that strength here up against Pentasport as we will hop into the third match of the night.
And away we go. Lazarus on the blacklist side. And we have Penta on global risk. And we're going to see who is going to come out on top in this one. Chills instantly gets that snipe down on 40. That is a statement of intent from him for this match. 40 has been such a strong player for the side of Lazarus. And taking him off the board this early might just swing things in the favor of Pentasports.
Yeah, it's a pretty huge kill. I mean, as Neil said, he was the big MVP for them and carried them essentially through the third map against Team Myth. So you take out the guy who's playing the best currently for the side of Lazarus, and has many times in the past, you're going to be feeling pretty good. But now the push will come on to A, and Pentasports will be looking for the retake here, it looks like, as whoever player 5 there is on the side of, okay, that is HCZ. Yeah, he's just going to evacuate the area and look for the retake.
Yeah, that was a very painless take on the side of Lazarus here. You'd expect a little bit more resistance, as we see a little bit of a back and forth going on here. Loons is actually very low. Is he going to get taken down? Yes, Rain does get Loons. Penta 2 up. It's 3 versus 5. Jin gets Vise. Awesome gets Terra, but Jin takes Awesome. Nails takes out Chills. And just like that, it's... Nope. It's
there it is.
Over.
The defuse comes in, and the other two members essentially just had to charge him and distract him. It was enough time, actually, because it was 3v1, so... Pretty painless take, but nice retake here from the side of Pentasports. They're going to start off strong. That's really all you could ask for. 40 will be looking to stay alive in future rounds.
Yeah, kind of shutting down 40 at the beginning of the match really did hurt. But Awesome takes out Chill, so that's not going to be replayed this time round. So how are they going to approach this? Now Lazarus have 5 on the offense against 4 on the defense. And a little bit of a skirmish going on here. Grenade thrown. Doesn't catch anyone. Flashbangs thrown out, but no push coming from either side right now. As we see Central Passage. 2 against 2. Oh, Awesome snipe with the snipe on Jin. Moments through that door and gets shot to pieces. That whole lane is basically his right now. No one can push. No one can move across those doors because they will be taken out. Lazarus sitting deep, allowing Penta to kind of push into them before they decide which way around they're going to go. Up through Central Passage. Looks like the first step. That's their route. Are they going to be contested down here? No, they are not. They're going to move pretty freely here over Yard Passage towards B. And B is vacated, so they're going to be able to get down that C4 again here. This time on B. And, I mean, Penta nowhere near this.
Yeah, just kind of rotating out, and they'll get the bad news here in a moment. And, you know, it's going to be difficult for them either way, 3v5. They were even maybe just looking to group up together as a squad and try not to get picked off. Rain going a little bit rogue on his own for now. Will be looking to take the office angle, and he's going to be running straight into Loons and Niels. So... gotta wonder if this can actually happen here for Pentasports, as they will run in now. Rain not able to pick it off, and HGC left alone, and he will be taken down as Lazarus will tie up the score.
Yeah, that was pretty clinical by Lazarus there. They knew what they needed to do. They got a couple of they got a couple early good kills and good shots and great movement. Not just good movement, great movement there from them. And now they're bum rushing completely here. Are they going to be able to get it done? As we see the defensive rotations come out from Penta. 40 is down, but Vise manages to take out Terra here. and B is all theirs. But Niels takes HCZ, but Chills takes out Niels with that pistol. It's 3 versus 3. Grenades out. No hits so far by the look of it. Maybe Loons caught a little bit of damage there.
Yeah, just a touch. 11 damage, you could say. Nice little flank here from Rain. He's been, once again, kind of the lone wolf here in this back area. And that bomb wasn't down the entire time. They had dropped it onto the site, but they hadn't actually planted it. So it's going to come in now as the push, the retake will happen.
Yeah, only Vise and Loons stands between Penta and that C4. As we get one down here, it's 2 against 2. Vise and Loons against Rain and Jin. Oh, it's 1v2. Can Penta do it? It looks as though they will. And that is 2-1 to Penta.
Yeah, strong retake there. Obviously having the numbers advantage. I like what Lazarus was trying to do, isolate the single man and just, you know, take the fight to him, try to get the 2v1 and then fight the 2v2. Unfortunately for them, didn't quite work out, as we did see. As Chills, he's been getting a little bit more aggressive, and this time he will be punished by 40, who gets his revenge.
Yeah, they're having a great back and forth right now. Like, 40 will take out Chills, Chills will take out 40, and just the sniper battle is so important on this map because you can get a lot of work done. There are these long corridors. There's so many open areas that the sniper can, you know, exploit. You can exploit central passage. You can look down quarters. You got the whole office entrance line. So many avenues for the sniper to get things done, which is why you see Lazarus running that 2 sniper. Awesome and 40 both carrying the arm.
Yeah, and it's a play style that can certainly push Penta back and say, well, we don't really get to push onto Blacklist side as Global Risk, which, you know, that can kind of be the standard, but also it can somewhat deny enemy vision. It can deny a lot of information for your team. If you're just scared to peek and scared to see where they are at all, it means that Awesome and 40 kind of directs the flow of traffic, which is always very useful. To be able to kind of hit the soft underbelly of the Global Risk.
Yeah, and they're playing very, very defensive now, Lazarus. Not making any moves. There's only 45 seconds, so they've got to decide on which way they're going soon, but it looks as though everyone is just completely static, and the move begins. It looks as though A is the destination for that C4 as they're pushing through quarters. There is no movement from Penta over to that A side. They still think B might be the target, but as soon as they get vision, as soon as they can see that A is the target, we're going to see a very, very quick rotation from the whole of Penta. And there we go. C4 is down. They group up. It's 4 grouped up. We have 2 going out on their own for Lazarus. Will they be able to get the drop? It looks as though they might. It depends if they check this corner. If they're not seen. Back and forth comes in. Awesome gets 1. Vice gets taken out. Niels gets Jin. HCZ gets 2. He gets Niels and Awesome. But Loons gets Terror. 2 versus 1. And HCZ is so low.
Well, there's not enough time here. Even if he gets the 2 kills, he will not have enough time to defuse the bomb. So there you go. 2 members will also die on the side of Lazarus, but it is 2-2 now in the round score. Very back and forth, and Lazarus, you know, once again, just taking it very slowly with the single sniper this time around from Awesome. And he has been a little bit more on point so far in this round. Rain gets the nice check there over by the office, and we'll get that information for his team.
Yeah, that single sniper does show that, you know, this time round Lazarus want to be hyper aggressive as they push very high into office very early on, which is different from what we've seen them do in the other games in this match. Niels actually gets Chills there with the AK, gets the drop on the sniper, and that takes Chills off the board. 5 versus 4. And this looks as though it might be Lazarus 3.
Yeah, Chill's a very aggressive sniper player, and you see, it's rough. Like you don't know where you're gonna poke your head out and just get it taken off, because you're looking at Lazarus, who has some incredible sniper players. Rain trying to be sneaky once again. He's gonna get taken down, and Niels picks up 2, and this should be a pretty simple B plant for the side of Lazarus.
Yeah, and it should be a very easy hold on this side, but Jin takes out Vise. Almost cheekily there. Niels takes out HCZ, and now the pincer can come in. There we go. Niels takes Jin and secures the 3rd win for Lazarus here. It is 3-2. Penta put up a good start, but is slowly starting to flake in this match.
Yeah, slowly but surely, and funnily enough, it's on the back of Niels, right? He's got 9 kills already in the 5 rounds, so really got to hand it to him. We weren't necessarily highlighting him as the carry of his team, but he's turning it on here on Ankara, so nice to see.
Yeah, Awesome already got Rain off the board, and that was a very nice angle that they managed to get, and you can see the 2 snipers now on the side of Lazarus, and you can see how defensive they play when they carry the 2 snipers. They play very deep and almost expecting Penta to kind of make those mistakes, to get caught out in those weird little angles that you can get with the sniper.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened there. Rain off the board. We can see a little bit of back and forth here. Right down quarters, all the way down from quarters up into main. Up into A. Will they be able to get any damage done to each other? Not really, but, sometimes the warning shots have to be there.
Yeah, we've seen other teams, when you're met with such a defensive blacklist strategy, you can't run at them, but it feels like Chills and Reigns, they don't have any chill. They just keep running in and looking for the picks and looking to challenge, and I mean, Lazarus are such a strong team. It's not an easy feat. They're winning some of the firefights, but not consistently enough to actually bring the wins to their team.
Yeah, Lazarus is just picking apart Pentastorm now. And look at this beautiful rotation. Pentastorm. Penta Sports. As we see the rotation now over onto A, while the whole of Penta Sports are at B. I don't know if they're aware this is coming. There is a movement. There is movement over onto A. Is it going to be there quick enough? Chills gets Niels. Chills gets Vise. Nice snipe there. Can he get an angle for a 3rd?
It's not going to be easy from that angle here. Is Awesome. He's not going to hold this angle himself. Doesn't exactly know where the enemies are, but he spots 2 and gets flashed. So he's going to sneak around the box here. Oh, man, gets the flick, and there it is with the headshot on the pistol. Awesome turns up big, and 40 closes the door. And that will be another round for Lazarus.
Awesome just turned the heat up there on that one. A flick followed by another flick. Just pinpointed onto the heads of his opponents, and that closed it up so sweetly for Lazarus. It's 4-2, and it doesn't look as though Lazarus are going to be pushed very far in this. Penta started off strong, but definitely have started to wane a little bit under the pressure that Lazarus has managed to turn on as they rush B. Can Penta hold on here? It's looking like they might just be able to. 40 takes Rain. Vice takes down Terror. Can they do it? Awesome takes out Jin, who was kind of just poking his head out a little bit, seeing what's going on. He pays the price for being in the wrong spot. 40 takes down Chills. It's a 5 versus 1 situation. And if HCZ can do this, like, no, it's not possible. After taking quite a bit of a chunk from that grenade, and look at all the bullets just flying in, they could just hold down their mouse buttons now and probably finish this off.
Yeah, I would almost do it just for morale purposes, you know, but okay,
Oh,
HCZ.
HCZ, all right.
Let's
Got
see
2.
it.
Can he get more? No, if he got 1 more, that would have been quite the surprise, because that was turning around a little bit too quickly, I think, for Penta. Lazarus might have been worrying a little bit there, but they do manage to close out the round 5-2.
Extremely clean the last 3 rounds here for Lazarus. I feel like in the beginning, it took a little bit of a little bit of time for Lazarus to acclimate themselves to the playstyle of Penta, but I think they have read the book already. It was a short book. It was a short story, and they were like, well, okay, I kind of get the point. And now, Penta they haven't really had much chance. You see they're trying to mix things up. They're playing it a little bit more defensive this time around, which I do like to see based on, responding to what Lazarus was bringing in. But can it work? I mean, that you can feel the momentum is so heavily in favor of Lazarus right now.
But Penta can bring it up. They can turn it on, but finding the switch to get into the right gear is so hard to do against a team that can just change tact as Terra takes down Niels, and that seems to be the go sign for the rest of Lazarus Gaming to rush into B. They're going to do some small exchanges here. Are they going to be able to get any of the kills down? Grenades thrown out. Vision is in premium right now as the flashbangs are down. The smokes are down. Nobody can see anybody else. Vice takes down Rain. But Terra, Jin, they get some kills too. But 40 with a triple doesn't manage to get the quadruple.
1v1.
But it's 1 versus 1.
And he doesn't know where Loon is.
Yep.
Free kill for Loon. 6-2 now for Lazarus. As that was a little bit of a crazy round. Chill's kind of just running out there with a pistol, seeing what he could find. And he didn't like what he found. As Lazarus, a couple of these B rushes as well. It's like a flick of a switch, right? They wait, and all of a sudden it's like, wait, I thought you guys were playing defensively. Well, not really the case here, as Rain is going to get mowed down, as will Terror. And Chill's, desperately trying to stop this, but Lazarus, you can tell they're feeling themselves now, and doesn't seem to be much stopping them from just taking every round.
There doesn't indeed. There are 3 against 2. Lazarus, decently healthy, got no grenades left. Awesome has like 1 grenade left. So we'll see if he can make use of that. But on the side of Penta, they have a lot of grenades. They could just throw these out, see what sticks. They're not going to. They instantly popped off. Drops down a little bit too soon. And that is that. Lazarus take another win as we switch sides. And 7-2 is a mountain to climb for Penta here.
Keep in mind that when we first started this broadcast today, the first thing we were graced with was Lazarus's unbelievable GR side on Kara against Team Myth. So, looking to potentially recreate that grace is Lazarus here, as they do a little bit of a rush over on the office side. And I think they're just taking it to Penta Sports. I think they just feel unstoppable right now, and we're seeing that here.
Yeah, and they are unstoppable. HCZ does take down 40. That kind of throws a spanner in the works, but Penta are very low. We get another. There's another Lazarus. So it's 2 against 2. Loons did manage to take down Terra, and Niels is still up. But Chills and HCZ are looking for something. Chills just gets caught looking in the wrong direction. And it's HCZ with all the work to do here. Just get the shot through the crates. Okay. Niels versus HCZ. Niels gets the win.
Yeah, just able to get the flanks. It felt like a couple of the members of Penta Sports a little bit confused about where Lazarus was exactly. Not the cleanest round from Lazarus, but they get the win. Niels able to secure that last kill. And yeah, 8-2 now. This is the most one-sided map we have seen so far today. Lazarus definitely just oozing with confidence at this moment.
Yeah, well, Penta do have something to say, but Chills and HCZ are still very low. They do get the kill on 40, which is pretty big, but they just lost Chills and HCZ in that one breath as Niels gets the double kill.
Yeah, they were the 2 members of Penta that had basically no health at least, but it's still 4v3 in favor of Lazarus at this point in time, and they are on the GR side. Even Awesome is going for the big flank with the AWM. You can see it on the minimap here. So he's looking to potentially fight with Jin back in the terrace, or rather the Blacklist spawn.
Yeah, I was expecting maybe the other two remaining members of Penta to rotate down, but Jin pays with his life as Awesome takes him out. So Rain and Terror trying to get something done. It is 4 versus 2. They have 1 minute to plant that bomb or defeat 4 members in front as Loons takes out Terror. It's 1 versus 4. Rain gets the kill on Loons, but Vice is there to take out Rain. And this is 9-2 Lazarus.
It has been a bit of a landslide. Remember that Penta, I believe, was 2-1.
Yeah, they started very, very strong.
Yeah, and now it's just been, I suppose, 8 rounds in a row for the side of Lazarus. Lazarus might have been up 2-1, but either way, it's just been all Lazarus for the last 7 or so rounds. And they can do it on both sides. Blacklist, Global Risk, they don't seem to care. Penta Sports still looking for an answer in this map.
Can they get it? The C4 is rotating through quarters passageway, up through quarters, so it is going to be an A push as Loons gets Terror down. Awesome takes HCZ, and everything going wrong for Penta right now. 5 versus 2. Rain does manage to pick off Awesome as Jin gets Loons, but Vice is there to take Jin back. Vice then takes out Chills, and there we go. Niels takes Rain, as that is that Lazarus dominant performance on Ankara. Absolute slapping right there.
I think there's no better way to put it, Simon. They just kind of slapped down their opponents, and they were pretty brutal about it. There was a turning point in that map, I think, where it got to like 5-2. As, by the way, we are going to take a look at the highlights from that map. Mostly to be Lazarus ones, I would assume. There was a point it was like 5-2, and all of a sudden Lazarus just started running at them.
Yeah.
They were just like, oh yeah, no, just, you know, we're just going to kill you.
So it's 1-1 there. We've done enough. Okay, let's get it done. And then, yeah, it just all went wrong. Absolute insanity. So yeah, Penta were up 2-1, and then it ended up 10-2.
Yeah.
I mean,
look at this. Look at this highlight. What?
How confident do you have to be to think that's what's gonna work? You have to be pretty confident to think, you know, I can flick the switch on the pistol twice in a row.
Yeah, I mean, Awesome. Right now, he is probably the best player in EUMENA. And there are a ton of insanely good players. Like, I don't want to put anyone else down, but this guy is kind of insane. And his carry potential, we saw it in spades in that map. So guys, we do have Compound loading up for the second map of this third match. Penta Sports finding no answers in that last one. Lazarus just shutting the door on them early. We'll see what happens here as we hop onto Compound for the second map.
So here we go. Lazarus on Blacklist. Penta Sports on Global Risk. And we can already see a little bit of a rush up the pipes for the A, but, you know, they're going to maybe abandon this and just control that central area for a little bit as they decide what to do. It looks as though Penta believe a B push is on the cards as they're sitting in pillars, waiting patiently for something to strike on. Will Niels end up in the wrong place at the wrong time? It is looking that way. Maybe he'll walk into this trap. Here we go.
This is a nice little trap.
Oh. But Awesome does manage to just turn things around a little bit. So we have the back and forth coming in. HCZ does get the kill on Awesome. It's 3 versus 4. And full retreat for Lazarus as Loons has taken quite a bit of damage. And that was a good opening exchange for Penta Sports.
Yeah, it was really nice. Even though they were spotted behind one of those pillars, you saw that Lazarus wasn't quite able to land their shots, and 3 members poking out at the same time. It was definitely a heavy committal to that area, and Lazarus just walked straight into the trap.
Yeah,
And
nobody
now-
expects the clown car.
Nope, they do not.
But A is the target. The C4 is almost there. They're going to push in here. Couple of shots coming off. Grenades trying to just block the vision so that they get the advantage. Penta, Rain does take down 40. But Loons and Vice might just have something to say about this. They take out Chills and Jin. And it's 2 against 2, just like that. The drop of a hat. Lazarus just turned things up a notch. The only players remaining are Rain and HCZ.
And with the bomb down, it's not going to be easy. That's going to be a decent grenade as HCZ comes over the top and is not able to win the firefight with Vise. And now it's going to be all up to Rain. There's really not that much time. He has to make a move. He's able to get one. He's looking for the spray, but on the run is Loons. But he gets the kill with the pistol. And Penta Sports will actually win this first round.
That was close. If he could have survived just a couple seconds longer, that would have been going the other way. The bomb would have detonated. Just enough time there for Penta to take that one. And that is a very, very different story from what we saw on Ankara.
Yeah, Ankara is just Lazarus' map. We've seen it many times. 40, though, he still has an AWM in his hands. Chills, nice shot there, headshot with the pistol to get revenge.
Yeah, the sniper versus sniper, Chills versus 40 has been thoroughly entertaining to watch. Although 40 does end up getting the advantage more times than not, Chills on that pistol is insane, but then gets Loons as well with the sniper. And Jin, things are going terribly right now for Lazarus.
Okay, but once again, these guys have insane clutch potential. We've seen it many times here, and Awesome and Vise are left alone, and those are 2 of the best they have in their arsenal. Vise, though, is going to be taken out now. It's a 1v2 for Awesome. He gets 1. Should have spotted Chills there. Can he actually land the shot? His pistol against AK, and that's another headshot from AWSM, just styling on him.
Awesome, take a bow. That was beautiful 2v1. Wow, wow, wow. That is a way to give Lazarus the win on this Blacklist side, because that might just break Penta. Penta might have been feeling like, oh, hey, we've got this map. We've got it. Don't worry. Like, we've got all the advantages. And then Lazarus just turned it up to 11 and closed that one out in spectacular style. But things are going slightly wrong for Lazarus as they eat maybe just a couple too many grenades. As Awesome is already chunked down and Nils is almost dead.
Looks like he may perform a little bit of a scouting role for his team, just looking to push on through here. As HCZ has not been spotted yet. Lazarus has not pushed through here just yet, but Terror is going to be the first casualty. HCZ does go down as well, but Chills on the off angle inside the servers now. He's able to pick off one of his own, so that does make it 3v3 as Lazarus will rotate back.
Yeah, they're rotating towards Central. Can they get the sprint on over to A? That looks as though that's the play. However, it looks as though Rain might just be able to get a drop on his opponents right now. He's looking at it. Will he be able to push round up through that A entrance and catch them unaware? No, it looks as though he's going to turn around, try to fight things face to face. Will the defensive movement be good here on the side of Penta? Or will Lazarus just be able to completely overwhelm this site? We'll see here. Doesn't even take Loons. Loons has nothing left in the tank. If one of those servers gets a little bit hot, he's dead.
If the wind blows a little bit too hard, he's dead. But for now, he's okay. Chills looking to push on through. The shot does not land. He has to get that pistol, and he will actually headshot as well. But Rain gets taken out, and awesome, and 40 still alive. This is a tough ask for Chills.
Not the 2 you want to go, but he does walk over the AK. He decides not to go for the pistol. Landing there. Chills and this pistol.
Oh, he's not able to line up the shots, and that's not going to be good enough. We'll just go for the Manor knife play, and 40 will be able to take the kill as well. So Lazarus get 2-1.
Yeah, but the thing is, 40 was so low. Like, oh.
Should have charged him.
Should have done anything. Sneezed at him. Honestly, though, Chills and that pistol are unbelievably good. Like, he is so accurate with a pistol, gets so many kills, but yeah, 40 gets Chills there, so we're not going to see any more pistol play from him in this round. It is 2-1 Lazarus. As Rain gets a kill, awesome. Loons get return kills. Rain is down. Terror is down. Lazarus have a strong advantage. It is 4 against 1, and HCC again finds himself as the last remaining player. Can he come clutch? He hasn't managed to do it today all too much.
Well, they know exactly where he is, so will be a difficult ask. Nice headshot to start us off, but then he does get sniped in the back. Lazarus once again kind of showcasing that once they get this freight train going, there's no stopping it. They don't care what's on the tracks. And this has just been the Lazarus show so far. We're just looking, perhaps even hoping for Penta to show us something different, to show us a way to stop the freight train and give us a bit of a series.
Look at this. Penta might just have a drop here. Rain gets 1, can he get 2? He does. The spray transfer is perfectly on point. Rain goes down, but he took down Awesome with him. So that is big on the side of Penta.
This just happens, you know, once or twice a map. Rain just finds an angle. He really does have kind of a sixth sense, which is very fun to watch. Where he's just like, nope, I know exactly where you are, and I'm going to get the drop on you. He's gotten multiple double kills, triple kills at times. As I think Bias did spot him there. Not the grenade he was looking for, but that's okay. As it is 3v4.
We'll see. Do they have the advantage? Niels equalizes the score now. It's 3 against 3. They are in double pillars. They're probably going to push up to B. That's what it looks like right now. They have 1 minute to decide. There might be a quick rotation, but the Penta are prepared for this. Do they have the range? Do they have the sights down this alleyway? No, Chills actually moves away as they were rotating down, and he's going to miss out on that opportunity to get 1, maybe 2 snipes down on his opponents, and he's prepared to protect B as the push now comes up through A.
40 checking quite literally every single angle as they make their push on in, just trying to be as safe as possible. And it looks like they might get the drop here on the side of Penta Sports. It's basically just Terror who's in here. The other 2 players on B at the moment. Terror might have heard they're making their way in, but now he's kind of isolated behind the wall here. Will get jumped on and assassinated by the headshot from 40. As they got to get this bomb down, though.
Yeah, they only have a few seconds left. Can they get it down in time? Just about. Talk about fine, cutting it fine there. That was 0-0.
Another push coming in. Chills finds an angle, but Niels is there. He has his teammates back, and that is going to be enough. Had he not gotten that kill onto Chills, might have meant disaster, but it just means yet another round into the pockets of Lazarus.
Yeah, sometimes you need a little bit of luck in these kind of games, and Chills just doesn't seem to have it at times. He was looking straight down Central Plaza. He had beautiful sights that would have caught that rotation by Lazarus, but unfortunately he moved over to B half a second too soon and completely missed it that last round. And that rotation, I want to say, did cost Penta that round. I think they would have had it had he seen the rotation coming in.
Definitely could have been the case, as HZZ basically on 1 or 2 health, from what we can tell, and holding the bomb over here towards A. Lazarus have really had a lot of luck. I mean, well, they've had a lot of luck in general in this series, but in particular on this map, looking to push A once again. Just have one of Loons or 40, probably Loons, pick up the bomb and follow on the push.
Yeah, awesome. Takes down Jin. HZZ is living on an absolute prayer right now. He has nothing left in the tank, but he's going to have to try and find something to get his team back in. They're already 1 man down. Essentially 2, because if HZZ gets clipped by anything, he is out. There's Rain, gets awesome. Nice move across there. Rain gets Loons. 40 gets Chills. Vise gets Terror, but HZZ takes out Niels. 40 gets Rain. And it's 2
He's got 1
against
HP.
1.
It's 2 against 1 HP at this point in time. And HZZ has been he's been pretty good. He's been pretty clutch this time around. He looks a lot more comfortable in the second map. But unfortunately, it's not looking good. We were talking about a gust of wind might take him out, but maybe he'll just trip and fall while running. Okay.
Oh, he takes 1. This might be the most valuable 1 HP play we have ever seen. He gets 1. Can he make it? He makes it 2! HZZ! He had 1 HP for 90% of that round. He gets the bomb defused. He gets the last 2 kills. HZZ! What did we just witness there?
I don't even know. I mean,
how did he survive with 1 HP?
Maybe he heard us talking. He's like, no, I'm going to show these casters. I can get it done. And Matt, I mean, he absolutely did. It can be rough as well to push onto that B site, but he found the perfect time, the perfect angle, and now Chills is going to get a nice little shot down range from the pillars. And things are looking up now for Penta.
Could HZZ be the momentum change that Penta need? Finishing a match like that, 1 HP, 2 against 1, and still clutching it out could be the morale boost that Penta Sports needs to get things done. We can see Lazarus pushing through Central Plaza. They're going to start heading towards B. Can they get there? Can they get this bomb planted? A lot of Penta, though, are ready for this. It looks as though they might just get the drop here. Lots of grenades. Terror does get Vise. Caught looking the wrong way. Loons does get HZZ this time. He is not going to put out that stellar 1 HP performance this time round.
Nope, not quite. Awesome. Looking to push in. We also have 40 just looking down onto the B side. A little bit slow on that one, but he does see him.
Dropped. I don't know if you noticed, the C4 is completely dropped, and the pincer movement can come in from Penta, and they just have to hold this position for 50 seconds, but Awesome has a lot to say about that. He takes out Chills, he takes out Reigns, but Jin gets 2 of his own. It is 1v1, Loons against Terror.
Oh, and I love this. I think he fake runs to A, and now he's just waiting for the eventual rotation. But the bait is not being bit here by Terror, who is also waiting for a push on to B, and now he comes out right as Loons moves away and runs. And the bomb will be planted and start this 1v1.
So how are they going to approach this? Behind the wall, through the wall? Is he going to take the shots there? No. Oh, my word! He could not have poked his head out any less time than that. And it just gets taken off, and Penta full again. It is 5-2.
Sometimes you just get that perfect lineup. You just click that mouse button and you're like, oh. It feels perfect.
40 gets the better of Chills again in that sniper battle that we see so many times. It is so wonderful to watch both of these players just play great snipers, because Chills does get the better of 40 as well. It is a very back and forth fight between the two. It's the others in the team who are, you know, struggling to keep up, as it is 5 versus 4. Movement not really coming in. Central Plaza is completely Lazarus right now. And we're going to see a rotation across Central Plaza. That is a very risky move there, but it's going to pay off. Couple of shots. They are so close. They could smell each other right there. But Jin gets awesome. That is a big, big pickup for Penta.
Yeah, it's pretty gigantic. You can see that Niels is kind of on his own solo mission here. Trying to go 1v1 versus HZZ. Might actually work out, but there are a lot of guys from Penta Sports hanging on over by that A site, as Lazarus are surely taking their time before they do go for this push.
Loons is making his way over to Nils. So it will be a 2v1 situation against HZZ. Niels, though, isn't particularly healthy, as the C4 looks as though it's going to be rotating over onto A. Can they break this room? Jin gets 1, Rain gets 2, and everything has gone wrong for Lazarus in this one. Penta just controlling this perfectly. Can they finish it off? Loons is the last man standing. It's 1 against 4. 4 very healthy. There's 1 kill.
And he needs to just go. There's just not enough time. He runs on in there. Terror will do the honors of picking up that last shot. And so it does mean that Penta Sports, they're kind of keeping themselves a bit closer, right? They get 3 rounds so far. At least it's better than Ankara.
Yeah, and 1 more. 5-4 will put them within touching distance of Lazarus' lead right now. And that's what they need to do. They need to get this one to give themselves a chance when everything is reversed, when the roles are reversed. That's what they're going to need to have. They're going to need to be within 1, maybe 2. Because it is so difficult for them to get any kind of momentum against Lazarus right now. So Lazarus moving through double pillars up into B. That would be a 4 versus 2 situation. Would they have anyone to catch out the rotations? Oh, they might just step on each other here. And that's what happens. 40 gets taken out by Rain.
Not much time, they gotta push in, but Terror is ready. He picks up 1 HZZ around the servers as well, and he's gonna get the flick onto Awesome. That's exactly the clutch play they needed.
Yeah, but Vice takes out HZZ. They are gonna get the C4 planted, maybe faking out the bomb plants, trying to get someone to move in. They clearly want to finish this in a gunfight, and now the C4 is down. The timer starts. They have 30 seconds remaining. Pushing into these servers is such a hassle. It can be so hard retaking B once it's been taken by the blacklist. So they're both watching out. There's 1.
Clean
There's
shots.
2. And now it is a 2 versus 1. The situation has been completely reversed. But Rain, he is caught.
That will be the 6-3 in favor of Lazarus. It's less dominant than Ankara, but it is still a very much winning score. They have double the rounds already of Penta Sports. And on Blacklist, I feel like it was relatively successful, what they were able to pull off. And Lazarus in general, I really like their GR sides. And let's see if they can close this one out. So far, Penta extremely passive. Just looking to potentially retake Central Plaza at this point in time.
Yeah, so they're pushing up, trying to get positions, trying to find out information. You need to know where the split is. If they have more on B, you kind of want to go A or want to fake A to cause those rotations. They're not going to. They're going to push all the way up Central Plaza. And Awesome is there waiting. He's looking for the shot. He is smoked out right now, so he's not going to be able to see everything, but he'll get that sense. 40 gets Jin. 40 gets Terra. That's 1 and 2. 40 is on an absolute tear. Is taken out by Chills, but things are going all Lazarus's way right now. It is a 3 versus 2. Make that a 2 versus 2. Nice snipe there. Chills takes out Awesome.
Yeah, Chills with 3 kills on the round already. He's looking for a little bit more. I think he got the spot there onto Loons. And now he will be able to take that site with his buddy Rain here. So definitely will be a nice position now on the A site for Pentasports.
Yeah, and how are Lazarus going to be able to break through this? It's 2 versus 2. Equal health, but they've got to push into A, which can be tricky. We've seen time and time again that for the Blacklist, it's very hard. Now the roles are reversed. Can they get it done? A couple of hits in there. That's a good headshot.
Oh, Loon's trying to clutch. 10 seconds left. He doesn't know where he is. He's just going to hide here behind. He knows he could be there, but the timing is not good enough. He's trying to dodge with his head, but he can't, as that will be the round pickup here for Pentasports.
Yep, so 6-4. Penta draw first blood in the reverse rolls. Can they keep it up? They drew blood the first round of this map. Can they do it again? Terror down already. Nils with the great snipe. It is double arm again. Rain does take out Nils though. 40 getting into position. He's going to try and close off Central Plaza. But there is a little bit of a close encounter over in B where Vise is up against Rain. If that pops off, that's going to be a very interesting fight.
Rain actually just running out of here, seeing what he can see, picks up an AK, and now even may look to get some more information. But from what he saw, you know, he didn't see a whole lot, so he might be calling his team over. The C4 also on the side of the map, but also already Awesome is able to pick up a kill onto Chills around the middle area.
So it is 3 versus 4. Lazarus have the defensive control here. Penta need to push. Can they get it done? Vise is on his own. 1 against 3, and the call has come. The rotation is there. Will they be able to defend this spot? Vise gets Jin, HCZ gets Loons, but Vise gets HCZ. And now it is a 3 versus 1. Rain is good. Just how good is he? Can he do this?
Just trying to click on the heads, but not quite able to. The crossfire setup there from the side of Lazarus was just too good, and the patience shown by Vise was also spectacular. So they're able to hold on to that angle. We saw that Pentasports, they did not want to elect to go into any kind of re-rotation back. And that does mean that they tried to push into a very well-defended spot, as Jin just barely will survive that shot.
Yeah, it looks as though they're going to go up pipe, up into A right now. They're going to try and rush it as much as possible. Can they get to that side? Nils with the epic kill onto Chills here.
The epic rotations on this map. We haven't seen too much from the two compounds, but there it is, as the total defense will be coming in on this A site. Rain and Jin, once again, a little bit desperate to make this work.
It's very, very hard to do 2 versus 5. How are they going to make this work? 1 versus 5. If Rain can do this, he will put himself among the GOATs No, he's not. He's not going to be able to do it. Lazarus pick up another win here. It is 8-4. The score is doubled again.
And Pentasports have been having a bit more luck compared to Ankara, but I feel like the Lazarus effect is taking place once again. We saw Awesome getting a little bit cheeky. You know, he pulls out the shotgun, just running up the middle. And you can tell he's feeling himself. He's looking for those cheeky shotgun kills. Not quite going to work out, but either way, 40 able to get one for his team as HCZ picks up a headshot.
Yeah, he does. And it is 3 against 4. The bomb is planted in A, so the rotation's going to come around. Will they be able to hold on? Terra does take out Niels. Pretty big pickup. 2 more, though. Can they get it done? HCZ is down. Terra and Chills still up. 2 against 3. Gets 1. Doesn't get the second, but Awesome is basically out here.
Oh, and that's a big one. The headshot from Awesome. And that will mean that Global Risk Lazarus, they are on match point. They got the 2-1 against Team Myth, but they're looking for the clean 2-0 and a very clean round score as well. On top of that, here against Pentasports, as running up the middle is Awesome once again. This time he will be punished.
Yeah, Awesome is down, so HCZ picks up the kill. But 40 carrying the shotgun, how well is he going to be able to wield this? It's a 5 versus 4 situation. Vice, though, takes out HCZ. Terra takes out Vice, but Niels, with the sniper, takes out Rain. So 3 versus 3. Terra is very, very low.
Oh.
Just jumping in there, getting the kills. Jin and Terra are the only ones remaining. Can they get it done? I mean, it's not looking good. Niels gets Jin. 40 takes out Terror. The bomb is defused.
We didn't even get to see it. They're like, nope, it's done. That is going to be the win here for Lazarus. Of course, extremely dominant in this best of 3. They take the 2-0. They only drop 6 rounds total over the course of 2 maps. That is just about as dominant as it gets. The big favorites now in the tournament, sitting at 2-0 in the group.
Yeah, they've got to be feeling confident of getting that first spot, because being 2-0 at this point, they only have 1 game left to play, I believe. It's 30 games. Yeah,
yep,
that makes sense.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, that makes sense. So they're 1 away from a perfect record, which will send them to the global finals.
Look at Awesome. He's just taking a nice little rest. Well-deserved after yet another quality performance from all the guys, actually, on the side of Lazarus. Pretty crazy stuff there. And it just feels like the more we watch them, they're kind of on a different tier. And we'll see just how far they can make this win streak go.
Yeah, they controlled everything beginning to end, in that there were times where it looked as though Penta might get the ball rolling. But like Lazarus was just like, all right, you've had your fun. It's the end of playtime, man. Like, you've had a little bit of fun. Now let the men take the field. And they just controlled everything perfectly. And as you can see, confirmation of the results in this 10-2. Ankara with the absolute sweep. And then 10-4 on Compound. I mean, what else can we say apart from Lazarus took out Pentasports pretty handily?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like they could do that every day.
They do. They kind of do. You know, I think they were also injected with a huge amount of confidence that, you know, you take down Team Myth, you just feel so comfortable, right? And you got to feel like the big favorites going into that match against Pentasports, especially after Golden V were able to relatively easily dispatch of them as well with the 2-0 of their own. And after, you know, the beginning of Ankara started a little bit even. I think it was like 2-2. 40 getting sniped at one time, but then the second like 1 or 2 rounds went in their favor, it was like, okay, well, we can just basically do whatever we want and win.
Yeah, there's a freight train coming, and Lazarus is the name of the train. Like, that was just a steamroll. I just don't know what they could have done. Like, Penta just were shut out completely.
Yeah, just overall crushed them. And we do have the interview ready now, so let's hop into that right now. Let's see who we are talking about today. Okay, how's it going? Vise, you must be so happy you got that very dominant 2-0 victory over Penta Sports, and you have 2-0 in matches now from today. You guys must be feeling mostly unstoppable. How's the feeling overall for you guys and the team?
Like you said, unstoppable. I mean, it's amazing that we are like 2-0 in the lead. Now we can like chill a bit. Tomorrow is another important match, and then if we win that, we are in the finals, and that's we are aiming to right now.
Yeah, I mean, the goal is obviously coming to Seoul for the World Finals, right? You've been here once before, I believe. You were here last year. How do you feel if you do get there? Do you feel that you could put on similar performances today against the best of the other regions, or like you're going to have to hit the training real hard?
It's always the same. We always need to track very hard because the teams are the best of the best, and we can't do mistakes on LAN, so we are doing our best.
Absolutely. So even before we do get to the World Finals, you do have that match up against Golden V tomorrow. So you guys saw them also take the 2-0 victory against Penta Sports, no doubt. So how are you guys feeling about that matchup, and how do you think they compare to Team Myth in terms of strength right now?
In my opinion, their team play is not that good because they just added another player, like the 5th player. It was Favor. And now I think we have more experience and overall just the better players in case of team play. So I think it's going to be a 2-0 for us, pretty sure.
Okay, well that's pretty cool to hear. I hope that unstoppable freight train continues for you guys, Vise. And thank you once again for the awesome games today, and thank you for the interview.
Thank you for casting.
Of course. And yeah, always great to hear from Vise and the boys over there at Lazarus. Another big win, of course. We talked about how much they crushed Penta. There's not really much else to say.
Yeah, and they pretty much crushed Myth as well. Like, yeah, the game they lost was very, very close, but the games they won, the maps they won, that was handled incredibly well by Lazarus. I mean, they are looking the best of the region at this point in time.
They absolutely are. And you could feel that confidence just oozing from Vise as well, where he's like, yeah, I mean, they have a new player. Their teamwork isn't great. We are the more experienced team. We're just the better players. We're going to take the 2-0. I'm not even doubting them at this point. And we are going to take a look at the results from today as well. And just an overview of what we have witnessed tonight. As Lazarus did take 2 victories today, Golden V also notching 1 in their belts.
Yeah, so the Lazarus Team Myth, that was the match. That was basically what many are expecting to be first and second from this region. And Lazarus, when they won handily. When they lost, it was close. Team Myth look as though they're going to be the second strongest team, but Golden V looked great against Penta Sports today. They controlled everything pretty well. And then Lazarus absolutely steamrolled Penta in that third matchup. So 2-0 there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see so far, the leaderboard, obviously, we have a couple of teams that have played 2 games and a couple of teams that have only played 1. So it's not really going to tell you too much, but of course, in terms of Lazarus and Penta Sports, we have an obvious kind of first place favorite and a 4th place favorite at this point in time. Penta Sports, unfortunately, not able to take a single map so far, so they're down there. Lazarus with the 2 wins so far, looking to continue that into tomorrow. And I believe we will also get a look at the schedule for tomorrow.
Yeah, Team Myth against Golden V should be a pretty good match. Both teams could end 1-1 if Team Myth take it. Golden V, if they manage to take it, they'll go 2-0. Team Myth will be 0-2, and they will be in a fantastic position. Then you have Lazarus, Golden V, which could potentially be the battle between first and second. And then the final match, Penta versus Team Myth. Should be a good match. Should be a great match for Team Myth. But you never know what happens. Like, Penta could come back tomorrow, steamroll Myth, and force Myth to end 0-3.
Yeah, absolutely. I think tomorrow definitely we're going to get a good look at exactly the power levels of Team Myth and Golden V specifically, as they'll both play a couple of matches tomorrow. But that's going to do it for us for today, guys. Thank you, Simon, for joining me on the cast. And thank you guys once again for joining us here at the CFS 2021 Regional Finals. But guys, we will see you tomorrow for more of the tournament, so join us then and have a good day.